Well, good rising, everyone, and welcome back to Coffee Talk with me, Karen B. Today is, in fact, Moonday, April 15th, and the moon is 47% waxing. So we're like halfway back to another full moon phase. Just a little under halfway. And yes, last Monday we did have a total solar eclipse, which is why I didn't have a coffee talk. So I did go to the path of totality and I did record and take some cool video. So we'll go over all that and all the different discussions that have been going on all week about the eclipse. We can discuss what, people think. What's happening there, why do we see what we see. It's just really cool to think about and talk about. I don't know that I don't have any real answers. Spoiler alert. But it's fun to look at and talk about and see what people are saying, because every time there's like a big event in the sky, it just becomes, it's so obvious that there's so many people who don't spend very much time looking at the sky normally, and then everybody looks at the sky and they're like, what's going on? It's pretty funny. It is fun. Anyway, on Rockfin, hello, Scott Hunter, Carrie, Psyop within a Psyop, good to see you. Matrix 6 on Rumble, and of course on YouTube, Elisa Brittany, Gregory May, Sue Finelli, Enki, Tony Coriolis, Danny Smith, Memorial Gardens, Benny Boy, Alpine Endeavor, Nathan Reed, Flat Earth Eric Daly, Eric Paiva, Andrew McNeils, Hey, TC Zamman, Mojo Shop, and Sue Finelli again. The date on the screen says April 1. Damn it! I thought I took the time to change that. You know what? I did go in. Always. Thank you, Sue, for your help. I hate that. I hate that. April 1, 5. There we go. All right. Good rising. Good rising. All right. So, yeah, there was an eclipse and I went to Indiana. I was in southern Indiana. I was not directly in the middle of the path of totality, so I didn't get the longest video. And my video, I'll admit, is not that great, because when I was taking video, well, I had two cameras going and a drone, and I had my daughter doing video on one, and then I was doing video on the other, and then Ted was manning the drone. So it's not the best video. I feel like I got better video of the eclipse last time, the 2017 eclipse. Like, the video itself is a little bit better, but it was fun. And you can hear the reactions of, you can hear like people in the neighborhood cheering and stuff while the eclipse is going on. So it's pretty fun. And I'll explain to you what I was doing with the P1000, which was infrared. And then the P900 was just a regular P900 with a solar filter. And of course a drone, just a regular camera. But the drone footage, you can't really see the eclipse, you just see the effects of the eclipse, but it's pretty cool because it's like sunset, and then you do a 360, Ted did a 360 with the drone, and there's no sun. So it's like sunset without a sun in the video. It's kind of trippy. I thought that was the coolest part about that. Hey, Voy, good to see you. Hey, Richard B. Good rising at 6:40 a.m. OU West Coast. April Fools, yeah. All right. Okay, so taking pictures of the sun right before the eclipse. It had sunspots. Now there was good sunspots too before the last eclipse. In fact, the last eclipse, I was taking sunspot pictures in the week leading up to the eclipse. That I didn't do that this time, mostly because the weather wasn't so great right before. But you can see that there is a lot of sunspots. I think the last eclipse there were more sunspots in this, but this is, I feel like there's always sunspots during an eclipse, and then after the eclipse they'll go away for a while. Let me see, I gotta change my sound settings. Here we go. I think that should work. There's actually a lot going on in this neighborhood. They were having like a big party behind the house. Oh, excuse me. Sorry about that. So here's the beginning, right? The very beginning. From our point of view, it was coming in from this angle here. And it goes up like that. Right. That is the very beginning of the 2024 eclipse.
The sun's gonna disappear.
It was a nice day. People were mowing their lawns.
There's what? There's I thought. Oh.
There's one big one, and then there's one. Seeing at this, and when now there's actually more than 2 sunspots because, how can I zoom in here a little bit? So there's this one right here, which actually it looks like 2 spots right next to each other, but I don't know, I guess they're connected. So it's one big one here, then like another, like a pair of spots here, another spot here. So there's actually more than 2 sunspots. 2 sunspots.
There's what? There's I thought. Oh.
There's one big one, and then there's one off to the left a little bit. But then when you're looking in that little viewfinder, you can't really see. You can't see the details so great. There's a big possibility that the moon goes through the sun's cone projection above the sun. Explains the way the eclipse is seen. See, I actually used to say and think that a lot, mystical rock hounding and fossils. I used to share that opinion and say it, but now after watching this eclipse again, I don't think that anymore. I think there is something going in the front. Well, between us and the sun. Right, realistically, like, you know, it'd be the sun is above us. And then something's passing underneath it, right? Which actually makes sense with the way that the eclipse is seen, because I feel like if it was going above the sun, it would block out the light for everybody in daylight, or for more people in daylight. I'll just say for much, much more people. The path is so skinny and it goes very, you know what I'm saying? It's like very specific. And then the way that people outside the path see only a little bit of an angle, like this object kind of barely, it makes sense. To me, that makes sense. Like if you took 2 plates, you know, like here we go. I've got these 2 compact things right here, right? So this is the sun and this is the moon, right? Because it's new moon. I mean, it makes sense. So like from underneath, we'll say it like this, from underneath, if you're right in the path of totality, when they line up, you'll see it like this. But if you're not, you know, you'll see it like this or like this. You know, you won't see, you know, or depending on how close they are, you know, what if it's like, you know, you'll see it like this or like this. I feel like it makes sense now. Hello, David Rife. Scroll to Xerox. Red Eye Jedi. 4 minutes, 28 seconds totality. That's... Yeah. What? You know what? It was closer. I felt like it was closer. Like the object And here's another thing too. The way they animate the eclipse, check this out. Let's look at this. So I love going to timeanddate.com. Timeanddate.com. So eclipses, total solar eclipse. So here's the thing. This is how they animate it. Now let's see how there's two circles here. The inner circle is the sun and the outer circle is the moon. The moon disk is bigger than the sun disk. And the moon was actually at perigee, right? And I don't know why I opened that. The moon was at perigee, which is where it's at its closest to the earth, right? Now, even if the sun and the moon are small local bodies above a flat level plane, their altitudes can change a little bit, right? If they're on an elliptical orbit and the orbit is on a tilt, which would make more sense than the Earth being tilted, right? So, you know, just take those certain attributes that they apply to Earth and just to put them back on the sky objects, because realistically that makes more sense. So if you have your elliptical orbit and then your orbit is at a tilt, right? So that it, you know, it just makes more sense. So the moon has an elliptical orbit around the Earth the same way the sun does, but its orbit is tilted even more, right? So like they'll tell you, heliocentricity will tell you that the moon's ecliptic is 5 degrees off of the sun's ecliptic or whatever across the equator of the Earth. So that's why the moon appears to go higher in the sky and lower in the sky, because it reaches a little bit high visually from your point of view. It reaches a little bit higher altitude in the sky than the sun would, right? If that makes sense. It's hard to visualize if you haven't, like, it's taken me a while to be able to, you know, see all this stuff in my head pretty clearly, but and like know pretty much when somebody's describing something. Okay, no, that's not right, because it can be hard to think about things in a 3D space for a lot of people. But anyway, look at this. So the sun, the inner circle is the sun disk and the outer circle is the moon disk. So play it. Will it play? Come on, just play, animation. Here we go. So here's the moon coming across the sun disk. It's closer. So it's bigger. So I think the fact that it's bigger means that there's more time, right? Like there's more time between when the disk of the sun is covered and when the moon passes over and it starts to be uncovered on the other side, because visually in the sky the moon was bigger than the sun, which in my opinion means it's closer, right? If it's bigger, it must be closer. And they'll even say, oh, the moon was at perigee, which is at its closest orbit, because they'll tell you that it, you know, heliocentricity says there's an elliptical orbit around the Earth. That's where we can both agree. All right. It's just that obviously we know where all the differences are. But so that's why it's longer. So I think maybe the closer the moon is during the eclipse and the higher in elevation the sun is, you're going to get those longer eclipses. Whereas if they're closer together, it'll be shorter. Their projections on the dome, onto the dome, they would be in effect tilted. Well, I think the sky is flat. I don't think that there's an actual like dome-shaped dome. I think the firmament is flat. It's described as flat in scripture. It makes sense that it would be flat. I think the dome effect is created by our personal area of vision, how our eyes work, right? It's your 360-degree view from your point of view, and perspective gives that dome where everything closes down to the bottom, gives that dome appearance or effect or feeling. But I don't think there's actually like a dome over the earth. I could be wrong. But in my mind, and this is coming from, I have, you know, I was all in on the dome for a long time, being round like that, but I don't think it is anymore. I just don't think it is. It could be. I could be wrong. This is just how my view of where we live has progressed over the years, is where I'm at with that. Stretched as a tent. More wide than high definitely would have to be more wide than high. I mean, if you think about it too, God, I would have to let me see if I can, I have Photoshop open, so that's good. So can we just have a blank, so if you think about it too, how wide the earth is, right? 24,900 whatever miles, right? Basically almost 25,000 miles. Let's just call it 25,000 miles, right? From end to end, right? From outside Australia to outside Africa or South America or whatever, however it goes. One end to end, 25,000 miles. But like when we fly in an airplane, it's like 5 or 6 miles only above the surface. So it's like really, really wide and long, but narrow, right? Because even if we believe like what they tell us about their rockets and stuff going up in the air, it's like 350,000 feet, I think, is the max. 350,000 feet. And how many miles is that? It's like 60, 65 miles, right? So, basically 66 miles, right? So it's like, that's where they tell you the Kármán line is, basically, right? So that's the limit, right? But then the Earth itself is really, 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 really wide. So yeah, it would definitely have to be more wide. More, yeah, stretched out. Like it could be rounded on the very edges, maybe as you get towards Antarctica, like towards the outer edges. If there's a dome that encloses the whole known Earth as we know it, you know. Anyway, we're kind of getting off topic from eclipse stuff. Shadow traveled from north to south. How? Okay, cool. This is a good question because that's actually the correct way. So let's see. You have to know, well, you know, all the light is coming from the center of the sun, right? All the light's coming from the center of the sun. You have to imagine yourself looking top down over the earth. Let me see. Maybe I should just bring this over here. Let's see. File, open. So you're over the earth, right? So let's see. We'll have a make ourselves a little sun. Here's our sun. Oops. And then take away the stroke. That's what I don't want. Okay. And then we'll make a black circle. That will be our moon. This one will be black. Darn it. Only one of them black. Not both. This one black. Ugh. Why is it doing that? Anyway, just do this. So here's the moon. Moon is black. Okay? So your sun is going like this, right? It's going from east to west around the earth. Can you guys see that? East to west, like this, right? The moon is going slower than the sun. The sun is the one shining the light. So if the sun, let me change this up here. So if the sun goes behind the moon like this, you have to know, think about this. Where's the shadow going to be? It's going to be down on this side. It's going to be on the west side, right? Because the moon's the sun is traveling faster than the moon in the sky, right? They're both going in basically the same direction, but the sun's going faster. So the sun comes, and the light's going to be going this way, right? So it starts here, and then as the sun goes like this behind the moon, the shadow then follows that and goes back up the opposite side. So it's actually correct. The shadow going from the west to the east side is correct. You got to think about it from the top down view, like as if you're shining a light, like as if the moon was a flashlight going over the, you know, your shadow would be starting on the west coast, right? Because you're going like this. Does that make sense? So I think that's why it was longer. I think that's why it was cooler, because I don't know. Let me see if I can look up the animation for the 2017 eclipse. Does it still have it here? Okay, so here is the other eclipse. Actually, I can already tell by looking at this, the moon is not, it's bigger than the sun, but not as much bigger as it was in the last eclipse. So this eclipse, see how oh yeah. Let me see. I should open them both at the same time. So look at that. Look at how much the width right there. If you put the sun and the moon edge to edge, it's like double what it was last time. Maybe a little over double. So the visual difference is greater. So that's why the eclipse was longer. That's pretty cool. Distance between the two. Yes. I think the dome is made of solid frozen gases and magnetic field cooling effect. Because of that, some solid frozen gases have magnetic properties. This makes more sense than a spinning ball. Yeah, of course it does. Eureka, you finally understand how the eclipse works? Oh, you're welcome. What changed? The waters above have bubbles, and observation of the eclipse seen from the plane shows these bubbles creating the eclipse. I'm not sure that those are bubbles. And I don't think it's bubbles. How do I don't know how that would work. To me, I feel like it does look like there's an object passing in front of the sun. So here, check this out. I also wanted to show, let's see. Here we go. Is this David's video? He was showing these videos of these planes spraying, right? Like, that's obviously the point of his video, but check this out. Some of these planes, they're lower in the atmosphere than the moon, and they kind of start to disappear. See how that's hard to see? Like, I was thinking about this before, because people, you know, early on would say, oh, these chemtrails are being sprayed by orbs. It's not even a plane, it's an orb. Look, and you'd see the video and you'd only see like this little dot in front of it. But I don't think it's because it's an orb. I think it's because when these objects get high up in the atmosphere, weird things start to happen with the light, the way it reflects. They start to get kind of blocked out. There's another one that was the better one, where the plane really, here we go, like this. Right? Like, you can't even see it. You can't even see it, barely, except for the lights. Right? So, this is, I think, kind of like a similar effect what we're getting with the moon. You know, I think the moon is in a layer that it starts to sort of reflect the other properties of the atmosphere around it. I don't know how to explain it, but weird stuff starts happening when things get high up in the sky. You know, I don't know if it's like a weird light spectrum, or if it's because there's gases up there that are making the light behave differently, or what it is. What do you guys think? Earth orbit around the sun is elliptical. That's why they can say the moon will cover more or less of the sun. Same in the geocentric model. That's what I'm saying. It kind of, the elliptical orbit is, it goes both ways. It's just that for us, it's a small local body around over the plane, where instead of like around a ball, like what they tell us, right? I mean, it all makes sense. Cloaking. Yeah, I don't know if it's cloaking, but it's something. There's some weird effect. There's some weird visual effect that happens when these, when you're up in the, when things get high up and you're down on the ground. You know? Anyway. So, we don't know, and also, we gotta remember, we don't know what the moon is. We don't know what the moon is. We don't know what kind of material the moon is made out of. We have no idea. So, that, I think, could be a huge thing as to how we see the moon in the sky the way we do, right? Is the material that it is, how it reacts to UV rays, you know, being up in the sky. What is, you know, we don't know. So, anyway. Harry Potter's cloak. I live on a grapefruit. Worth the 10-hour drive and back in a few days with the baby. Oh my goodness. Yeah. It was amazing, right? My children loved it. They thought it was the coolest thing ever. So let's see. Just trying to take intermittent pictures. Oh, okay, one filter rotating. This guy was running
hard
his
to do
mower.
straight.
So here I was trying to
Here,
play
hold
with
that.
filters over the P900. I'll try to explain it and then let it play. But I was putting those filters, right? These polarized filters that Cami gave me. Not these, but the better ones that I had, the big ones, right? I was doing these. I was doing one filter and rotating it, and two filters and like blocking out the light. I was just trying to see if anything would be affected, you know, because we've been discussing it possibly being polarized light or polarization that causes that blocks the sunlight out during an eclipse. I actually don't know if I think that anymore.
Okay, one filter, rotating. Nothing really going on. So now give me the other one.
So when I would put the filters would block it out, it would just kind of make the light purple.
Yeah, everything that's lighting is a little shaded there.
Just change the color of it. There's a
Turns the sun purple.
yeah, because typically it's orange. It has that orange color through a regular solar filter on the P900, and it was just turning it purple. Sorry, I was burping a lot while I was recording, apparently. I'm sorry. Excuse-moi. So, and at one point, I did take a pair of polarized filters, and I had them like this to where they're blocked out, and I was looking directly at the sun, the partially eclipsed sun, just through a pair of polarized filters. Now, I didn't stare at it like that, because I don't know how good that is for your eyes, but I just wanted to see if having just these polarized filters and then looking at the eclipsed, the sun was enough to block out the light to view the eclipse, and it is. It is. However, there's something with the infrared camera where it didn't block out any light. Like it was unable to be phased at all by the polarization filters. So just more intermittent photos of the sun being eclipsed. And you can see kind of lumpies on the sun around on the moon, on the edge of this object, right? Similar to how the moon is kind of lumpy around the edges, like at the end of the last eclipse, I was kind of convinced. I kind of didn't rule out the moon, and I'm not ruling out the moon this time. I actually am more convinced. I think it probably is the moon.
Okay, and just keep watching it, and then.
But here's the thing. What is the moon? What's blowing my mind though is like, what is it? What is the moon? What is the sun and the moon? It really just makes me wonder more what they are. All right.
I'm sorry.
I blame you.
Zoom out and just keep
here's me
watching it.
Telling my daughter how to record the eclipse.
Oops. Shoot.
Mom.
I'm sorry.
I blame you.
Zoom out so we can find it again.
You all right?
There he is. Hi. Hi, buddy. I missed you. He's
so
back.
Okay.
I love my daughter.
There we go. Are you recording, Ted?
Oh shit, no.
Hit record.
Do I hit record, Mom?
Ted has the drone. I'm like, are you recording, Ted? He's like, oh shit, no. I mean, I had all this stuff. I had it all set up. It's still like, no matter how prepared you think you are, you're still scrambling around. You're like, oh shit, don't miss it. Don't miss it. Because you only get one chance. You only get one chance. It ain't happening again. It's not gonna there's no do-overs, right? So you're freaking out.
Okay, then I guess it is.
I can see a star.
You can see a star. It's probably a planet.
Wait, where?
My son's saying.
That's a planet.
Wait, where is it?
What is that?
Here, down into the right.
One million tilted
There it is. What planet is that?
I think it might be
The birds going nuts.
Hello.
So, and you can hear people in the neighborhood going, "Oh yeah!" It's actually kind of cool.
The sun's leaving. Oh, it's getting actively way dark.
Yeah. Look at it. Look around you. Good, the headlights on. It's gonna need headlights. Wow.
Oh, I think it's recording too. Yeah, okay. That's good. That's good.
The outside lights came on.
Yeah, you're recording.
Yeah,
Watch it. Watch it.
And it will fly with caution.
Smokes, it's getting all dark. It's great.
Woo! Look at this. Over here looks like a sunset. Whoa. Look over here.
Ah, the sun is setting, but it's not, and I love it. Woo!
Woo! It's telling me I can't fly or fly with caution.
It takes a few seconds for my daughter to remember to take the lens cap off
Dude, look at the sun!
because it's so.
Crap, where is it? Where is it?
Wow! Wow!
There we go.
There he is. The eclipse.
Wait, look there.
It's glowing. Whoa!
Wow.
Hey, Mom, look.
That is awesome.
So you got these Bailey's beads
360-degree sunrise.
Oh, this is
showing
sick.
up.
Nice. Yeah, I'm looking at everything else.
This is cool. There's another planet right there. I think. Maybe. I don't know.
People flying around in their planes.
That is crazy.
This is cool.
Awesome, yeah.
At this point
Yeah.
in Essie, the sliver moved to the bottom.
Hello.
Yeah, I did. Don't worry.
The moon could be a hologram. I don't know. We got there just in time.
Run and get him.
I think that's another planet. I swear.
You still do? I mean, maybe. But there's something there. There's something blocking the sun from between us and the sun. The moon.
It was cool.
I use it as a cloud. I'm looking.
Woo! What was that?
Fireworks. They've got fireworks shows going everywhere.
Woo! This is fun
360-degree sunset.
to look at it. The sun is leaving.
Which tell me it has
How sweet.
what? Circular polarization built in.
Look at people on Earth. That's all we
So trippy.
Welding goggles.
Look at this. Hey Harlow, look at this. I'm like 400
I don't remember it being like this one.
So basically, if the Earth was spinning, the shadow would travel from east to west.
I think that's a joke.
No, it's all the
I
same.
think that was drone it is.
Looks pear-shaped. Hi, Sarah.
Calm down.
The higher you go, the less dense things become. So what's really up
That
there? I
is
suggest
nice.
electromagnetism and not actual physical objects.
There.
I don't know.
Oh yeah, that is someone's drone.
I'm still a flat mooner. Possibly. Maybe lenses exposing the light of the spiritual world on the other side of the firmament.
Oh, it's leaving. It's coming back.
Oh no. All right, I'll put the thing on it.
She's so good. She did a good job.
Woo!
What, are the filters on?
Woo!
Are the filters on now?
Yeah, I put it on. See?
Okay. Cool. Awesome.
Welcome back to the real.
So, Emily Suzanne, I don't know if you guys know who she is. She did a good little video where she took a picture of the moon and then lined it up to the Bailey's beads. Like there's craters that create these little dents on the side of the moon where it actually does line up with the Bailey's beads. Let me pull that part up real quick. I would like to look at that, right, and show it. Let's see. Where is she at? Here, this one. Is it the moon? So she takes a picture of the moon, lines it up to her video of the eclipse, and you can see here, I love this, that the Bailey's beads are super visible. Like, see, I thought you could see this during the last eclipse, but this was much more visible for this eclipse. How the Bailey's beads lines up with these crater marks. Whatever the moon is. Like, I don't know what the moon is, but this shit seems to line up. And I thought it lined up the last time there was an eclipse. So I pretty much think it is the moon. What is the moon? I had no idea. No idea. No idea. How is it up there? I don't know. But, you know, there's different ways that it could be up there. It could be acoustic levitation. You know, the Earth
like this.
The Earth has, you know, a vibration, a resonance, a sound resonance, which is the Schumann resonance. And it could be between that and a plate above it, be creating these different pressure layers, right? One being, you know, up above where the sun and the moon are, where they, you know, with other influences, other electromagnetic influences, they sit on a path, on a normal path in our enclosed system. I mean, it's entirely possible. If you guys ever look at this stuff, this acoustic levitation stuff, so like imagine if this was the earth plane and this above was the firmament, and then you have these different sort of fields that are set up in different layers, because in between the earth plane, the bottom plate and the lower plate, right? And it creates these little areas where things can levitate. Acoustic levitation. I mean, it could be that in a combination with other stuff. I mean, so, you know, it's not outside the realm of possibility that there are physical objects way up in the sky rotating above the plane Earth. This is not everything has to be a projection for the sky to match the level Earth. Like, we don't know. So this is what I love to think about and look at, you know. This is stuff like this is like the key. This is how we're going to figure it out. If we're going to figure it out, maybe we'll never figure it out, but it makes more sense than, oh, it's a projection from the black sun in the center of the earth. Like, you don't know that. It always cracks me up when people say that, you know, a black hole sun. You know what? I saw the black hole sun last Monday because the moon passed in front of it and made the sun look like a black hole. So is that the black hole sun that the people talk about? You know, nobody's been to the North Pole, to the center. You don't know that there's some weird projection coming from what in the center? You know, it doesn't have to be some machine. Everybody always thinks about, you know, the earth in these, you know, like as if it has to be some machine. Like, you think about it in the way that man builds machine, but this is not, this is far outside of our scope of knowledge or ability, right? Otherwise we'd be making a bunch of other worlds to go live on, right? But we don't do that. Instead we make up stories about going to fucking Mars. And nobody's ever been there. Hail, Ben. Oh, Richard, thank you for gifting memberships. Appreciate you, sir. Like looking into a black hole or a portal? And looking at the eclipsed sun, I believe, is good for you. It's just like when you look at the sun during sunrise or sunset when it's very low in the sky and there's a lot of filtering of the light of the, because the sun when it's high in the sky is super bright, hurts to look at. You can hurt yourself. Don't do it. Don't look at the sun during midday. But when you look directly at the sun, like if it's low on the horizon and it actually doesn't hurt your eyes and it feels good, that's the same type of light you're getting with the eclipse, right? It's almost like, it's like everybody sun gaze for 4 minutes, you know? I don't know about you, but it's like rejuvenating. I think it feels good. Everybody in my family seemed to be in good spirits. Like after it happened, they all felt good. They were happy. You know, and there's all these like, all this dark stigma attached to eclipses. Like, don't go out and look at the eclipse. Get your supplies. Get 2 weeks of supplies. Remember how everybody was saying that before this eclipse? You know, though they were so much fear mongering. It was just to pump sales. I think they were just trying to sell some shit, trying to get people to you know, emotionally scare them into feeling that they needed to go purchase extra supplies to prepare for what could be for the incoming collapse caused by the eclipse or whatever. I'm not even sure what they were really saying was going to happen, but nothing bad happened. It was actually really cool. Everybody had a good time. There was people having a party, you know, an eclipse party behind us. We were kind of having a little eclipse party family thing. You know, we're just out there making sandwiches, hanging out, watching the eclipse. Like, it was a good thing. It was a good, positive experience. I think, you know, it's so crazy how the media was fear-mongering. It's like they tried so hard to prevent everybody from having a good time and enjoying the natural wonders that this realm has to offer us. You know, that's just them creating more separation between us and the creation and the creator. It's like, this is something cool that the creator has set up, right, for us. You know, it's just one of those cool, it's a very cool thing that happens. It's beautiful. It's unusual. It's rare. It's amazing to watch. It's like, it's unlike anything you'll ever see. And they just tried so hard to freak people out. Don't look at it. You're gonna die. Like, it's really disgusting what they do to people. Really disgusting. This realm is definitely of intelligent design, right? And I just love being witness of it, just witnessing it, just witnessing the absolutely amazing, beautiful, just incredible things that happen naturally in this realm. I just love being a witness to it. Like, the more that I look at it, the more in awe I am of this place. Like, it is amazing to me. And then, you know, you get all these other people who call themselves truthers and they want to tell you that we're living in a prison and it's we're living in the remnants of the where the giants mined everything and raped the land and blah blah blah. No. I know. This place is too freaking beautiful. It is too beautiful to be the wasteland of some shitty giant whatever people say. I don't even know. I don't even know. Because it's ridiculous. Big Nothing Burger. Exactly. It was good. Toronto Suki Ito, I think that was Richard. He gifted a bunch of memberships. He's a pretty cool dude. A few days before the eclipse, I felt completely serene and calm, right? I felt pretty good too, but I felt like it was like all the outside panic was starting to get to me, because that's just sort of a weird thing, is I can feel the feelings of those around me. And, you know, I really struggled with that a lot. That's why I was always a loner and didn't, you know, that's why I stay secluded a lot. But, you know, it can be overwhelming. And I really started to feel that, like, panic and that anxiety And I was like, but I'm not panicked. I know nothing's going to happen. And I feel this anxiety because it was like, it was that whole vibe was being put out there. It really sucks. Like, I hate mainstream television for doing that shit. Every time they put they put their mass fear-mongering message out, like, I can feel the anxiety of whatever, the world around me, society, people around me go up. You know? And I don't even have to watch it to know. I'll just go out and I'll be like, oh, what's going on? You know, it's just, I hate when they do that. It's so not fair. It's just not fair. Why don't they just leave us alone? Okay. So, what's this?
8 meters up. I'm looking at it.
I did try to,
Everyone survived the rapture?
Are you still here?
And maybe that.
See, this, you can kind of see that the moon is not perfectly round. You see the little lumpies, the crater lumpies.
Waiting for the moon to come out. Where's Brad?
Alright, so where is the P1000 footage? I think that was this one. Yeah. Okay, so here's the P1000. That's why it looks purple, because it's infrared. I was trying to use the filters on the P1000, but like I said, the filters phased it not even a little bit. So I didn't have a solar filter for the P1000, so I really only took proper video during totality, because here, was this it? Let me see. Go away.
I know, they did the same for doing something now. Again, it's like we're all like getting ready for
So,
the rapture.
this is me, this is one filter. And then, see, when I block it out, it never ever blocks out enough light.
No effect
to see the
this
sun.
infrared. I mean,
Because it's just letting all that light in. I guess that's the point of an infrared.
that's crazy.
And you can see all these reflections here. I stacked filters. There's a bunch of filters on there. I was like stacking filters. I was trying different combinations of filters. It just wasn't happening. So this is the video I got.
This is cool. There's another planet right there.
Oh my gosh, a plane just flew across. What?
That is crazy.
Is this the coolest thing ever or what, son?
This is awesome, yeah.
Are you recording, Kariana?
Yeah.
Good girl. Did you shake the cap off?
Yeah, I did. Don't worry.
Okay, good girl, good girl.
Is that another planet or is that just a planet?
I think, well, there's a plane flying around and there's a planet.
No, there's two. I feel like that's another planet.
Oh, I need those filters. So then I go walk away and the camera gets off of center a little bit because I had to go back and get the filters and try the filters during totality
I think that's another planet.
because it sure wasn't doing anything before that. See, it just makes it purple. Just changes the wavelength a little bit, but it never really... Dude!
Who's that?
Oh. Come on.
Whoa! It's fun.
360-degree sunset.
The sun is leaving.
Dude, this is the coolest thing ever, though.
It's giving me all these warnings for vision.
So there was a prominence down here.
Oh, dude.
So trippy.
Tried to zoom in on it a little bit, I think. Holy smokes, dude.
I don't remember it being like this when we were in.
There is a prominence. You could see it.
It looks like a
Yeah,
black hole.
right there. Black hole sun.
Look, dude, the sun.
Do you see the prominence on the bottom? See, my
Dude,
son
that
says
is
it looks
such
like a black hole.
trip.
Calm down. This is sick.
This is so cool.
This is nice.
Yeah.
And I saw drones
Amazing.
Is it over the neighbors?
Oh,
Forgive me, Father, for
there. Dad, you see
Is yours the one straight up there or the one over there that's over there?
of course we were laughing. Everybody's joking about the rapture. That is just
So look
the
right here.
coolest
Look at all
thing
these-
ever.
Then it starts to come out again.
Oh, it's leaving. It's coming back.
Oh no.
It's coming back.
We made it through the rapture.
Right there, you can see a little prominence
I'm
right
still
there.
here.
Still.
Sweet Jesus.
Yeah, I put it on. See?
So this tells you what the video looks like with the infrared camera. You can see all the lines in the sky. They tried, but failed. We were able to see the whole thing. Record around here. How fun! So there's the P900. My daughter
No, we all
looking
suck.
at it. There's Ted.
No, we all suck, so no one made it through the rapture, so no one noticed.
Everybody looking at the eclipse.
Is that cool?
So yeah. Use that as a reason to party for days. What are you typing? David, what is the MI? I don't get it. Anyone know anyone that covers melted buildings and mountains? No, because it's stupid shit. Mountains are not melted brick buildings. There are people who talk about it, but it's retarded shit. If you want to go over there and listen to retarded shit, you're welcome to, but you won't hear about it here because I think it's absolute nonsense. Sorry, not sorry. Went to the casino and couldn't find you because you were in the exclusive flat club spot on the roof. If they're pushing those glasses on TV, I felt like the people were pushing eclipse glasses were the same idiots pushing jabs. Why? You're supposed to use eclipse glasses until it's actually it reaches totality. Then you can take your glasses off to view it. There's nothing wrong with that. That's how you should do it. Nobody should ever look directly at the sun when it's high in the sky. Do you guys understand how your eye is covered by a convex lens and it focuses the light to a point inside your eye? It's like, and if you look at the sun, it's like you might as well take a fucking a magnifying glass and like look at the sun and like just burn your fucking eye out like that. That's what you're doing when you look at the sun when it's high in the sky with your eyeball. That's why people put... Did you guys not see this video by this one dude? You can look at it when it's during totality, like once the disk of the sun is covered, or even if it's almost covered, you know, pretty close to 100, but you
know what really sucks? Burning your eye because you looked at an eclipse. That's what happened to me in 2017, and I've been dealing with it ever since. There's literally a pulsing, blurry void in the center of my right eye. My night vision is way worse. Bright lights bother me, and it's pretty weird, but depending on the situation, I'm essentially colorblind in certain circumstances with light. So I've seen multiple posts at this point where people are promoting looking at the eclipse with your naked eye. People are saying they're going to gaze right into it without glasses. And I just want to let you know that it is seriously not worth it. Long story short, I paid the price, but do what you want.
Yeah, so there you
Hey,
go. That's from Symbolic Studies guy. I mean, I don't think he would make stuff up. When it's eclipsed, when it's covered, you can look at it. We all looked at it with our naked eyes when it was eclipsed. But once it starts leaving, once this disc starts coming back out, you really shouldn't look at it directly. Play symbol. I did. Oh, I just did. There you go. I heard a couple truthers saying they stared at the sun without glasses. That, well, you know, maybe you guys are lucky. I mean, I looked at the 2017 eclipse without glasses during totality. I looked at this last eclipse without glasses during totality. But when leading up to it, I was not looking directly at the sun. I was using eclipse glasses to view the eclipse. And I would never advise anybody to do any different. You guys do whatever you want, okay? If you have cloud cover and the clouds are filtering the sun enough, you might be able to do it. Think about that. Did you have cloud cover? If you looked at it, cloud cover can filter it enough to where you can look at the sun directly without glasses. But if you have no cloud cover, if the sky is clear and the sun is bright, you should not look directly at the sun when it's high in the sky. You guys do what you want, but I'm not going to be the one who told you to look at the sun. After totality, when your pupil is dilated, is a scary part. Exactly, Ben. Or if you look at if you have glasses, that makes your eyes dilate, and then you take the glasses off, you're very vulnerable to, you know, just be careful with your eyeballs. Messing up your eyesight is a big deal. Your eyes are not like other parts of your body. Once you damage your eyesight, it's extremely difficult to get it back. So I am never going to tell anybody to look at the sun when it's high in the sky, because I don't want to be responsible for somebody going blind. I would never, ever, ever do that. Just saying. Okay, but when do you look at it, Dr. Sai? Do you look at it when it's high noon? Or do you do it during sunrise and sunset? The infrared, yes, that's what the infrared is for. Is for reducing refraction on long distance photography, because it's looking at certain wavelengths of light. All different times, whatever. Listen, I'm not going to tell anybody to look at the sun when it's high in the sky. Midday is the worst time to be looking at the sun directly. Seriously. Do not do that. Or do it at your own risk. Man, it blows my mind how much people are just willing to just tell people to do ridiculous shit with no detail or no, disambiguation about time or circumstances or anything like that. Oh yeah, go ahead. Go look at the sun with your bare eyeballs all you want. It'll be just fine. No, there's certain times you look at the sun and certain times when it's really not a good idea. It is curious that what are called sunflares are visible during an eclipse. Yeah. The prominences. Yeah, it is interesting. So, anyway, let's see. You guys are crazy telling everybody to look at the sun during the middle of the day. Don't do that. I mean, seriously, you guys are nuts.
Over here.
So yeah, this is before I could not get it. See, I'm seeing a little bubble there and a bubble there. You know what that is? That's from stacked lenses, this effect. These little bubbles, quote unquote bubbles that you show up. These are stacked lenses. See, now one thing I have learned by, you know, using these, see these little bubbles here? It's like the same effect you see, in that one video of a plane where that's like, oh, look at these. Those are just different layers of glass, showing a ghost reflection, from this. That's all it is. There's no bubbles in the sky. You can get a lot of weird effects when you have stacked lenses on your camera, or if the camera's mirrorless, or if it's not mirrorless. All these make a difference of how your image is going to come out and what sort of artifacts are going to be in your image. Most of this stuff that you guys are going to see is a result of what you're using to film the eclipse, right? So here, they're down here. That right there. I mean, that's just an effect of the lenses. Let me open my phones in case anybody wants to call in and discuss the eclipse, maybe what you saw. Oh, look, I do have callers on the line. I have to connect to it. Hold on.
Welcome to the conference center. There are 2 parties in the conference. You are a host.
Did you guys tell me in the chat that you were waiting for me to pick up the line and I just didn't see it? I'm sorry. Wait until night to look at the sun. That's funny. Thank you for calling Coffee Talk. You're on with Karen B.
Hey, Karen. Hey, first of all, your footage is spectacular.
Oh, thank you.
It really made me wish I traveled across the country to go see it.
Cool.
And I'm really glad that you guys had good weather.
Yeah, it was perfect, actually, outside of the mess in the sky.
Yeah. So last night I was thinking through, with a globe model, why eclipses only happen on a new moon. And that makes perfect sense to me, because if the sun really were 93 million miles away, which I don't think it is, but if it was, then of course it would only happen on a new moon, because the sun is behind the moon, right?
Mm-hmm.
There's no light hitting the moon, so it's going to be a new moon every time.
Right.
So that all makes sense to me in their model, why that would be. But over flat Earth, if the sun and moon are really close, I was trying to think through what this might tell us about the idea that the moon is still a sphere and not a disk, or a projection, that kind of thing.
Mm-hmm.
And if they were both really close, but the moon really is going in front of the sun during an eclipse, would that, in your mind, make the side of the moon be visible as it was approaching Do you see where I'm going with that?
Yeah.
So compare a 90 million miles away sun with parallel rays to both of them being very close, but the moon closer. Shouldn't we see the side of the sphere of the moon as it approaches if the sun were that close? I'm not sure.
Well, you know, I used to think that you should be able to, but I actually don't really know, because the thing about the sun is it is really freaking bright, like extremely bright. Anything next to it is completely drowned out by its light. So I don't know that we would necessarily see it. You know, even if a plane was to fly next to the sun, you wouldn't see it until it actually crossed the disk of the sun. So,
right, it's the silhouette, right, right.
So I don't know.
Yeah.
I mean, I feel like if we lived on a ball and everything was a ball in space like they said it was, I feel like then it would be, we should be able to see it. But the fact that everything is small and local and close, and it's not like a 3,000 mile wide whatever, it makes more sense to me that it would just be unseen next to the sun because the sun is so bright.
Even if it's a sphere, you think that's probably the case?
Yeah.
And I'm really glad to hear you talking about the topography of the moon. That's always, I don't know, that's always stuck out to me, how it's pretty obvious that there's real actual topography on the moon. I don't know, it's a point against the idea that the moon's a projection in my mind, because we really can see these protuberances, that's the right word, on the sides of the moon from the topography of it.
Yeah, it would appear we could.
Yeah, so it just doesn't seem like, I don't know, to me it seems like, yeah, it's really a sphere. And I know Dave Weiss likes to go through the four things that aren't really spheres in his presentations.
Yeah, I actually made that video. Is it spherical?
Oh, did you?
Is it spherical? That's my video.
Right. Oh, really?
Yeah.
So yeah, I get all of that, but just the topography that we can see on the edges of it, and the phases of the moon, I think it's probably spherical, and I think it's probably a real object, like you're leaning towards. But it is very mysterious. There's a lot about it that doesn't make sense.
Yes. It's pretty trippy. It just makes me wonder, what the heck is it? What is it?
Yeah, I know, it drives me nuts all the time. One last quick question. Well, it's not really quick, but do you think the moon would have to be a physical sphere to get the phases that we see of the moon in the flat Earth model? Do you get my question?
Yeah. Yeah. Well, I mean, if you ask Cammie, she would say yes, because she did a lot of work with a lot of experimenting with these little things that she would make, these little fake moon balls, and then she would make them, paint them with like a glow in the dark paint, a UV reactive paint. So if you shine a UV light on it, and you know, raise the elevation and lower the elevation, you can make those moon phases.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, so it could be.
Did you make a video of it?
No, we should make a video of it. Cammie, this is one of the things we need to do. Her and I have discussed making all these weird little videos where we do stuff like that and record it. I think we need to do that.
Well, that would be awesome. That sounds like a fantastic experiment. It reminds me of what Dave Weiss did in his kitchen with a setting sun. That was so helpful.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, anyway, great job with the footage. I love it.
Oh, okay. Well, thank you.
Okay. See you.
Take care. Those red flares were waving. They weren't waving. Yeah, right. Exactly. They look static. Mystery school. I know, Ben. We need to get together and talk about that. Thank you for calling Coffee Talk. You're on with Karen B.
Hey, Karen, you got David Rife and Jenny Spark here.
What's up, David and Jenny? How are y'all doing?
Hey.
We're great. Just listening to your show. Yeah, we made it to the eclipse. We drove 10 hours to meet Awesome Austin down there in Ohio City at some random little park. It was a crazy drive. It took us with the baby too, you know. So we drove 7 hours, had to camp overnight, then drove the next 3, and it was serendipitous. We got there like 10 minutes before the eclipse started.
Oh, wow.
and we watched it. Yeah.
Yeah, we like left the house late and just everything along the way, you know, just like we barely made it.
Yeah, it's crazy. And our cars, electronics are messed up, so you can't charge anything in it. So we had to buy all these like portable chargers for the 600-mile drive.
Oh my goodness.
It was crazy because we ended up, yeah, we met him at some little random park, state park in Ohio City, Ohio.
I really love what you're saying though too, like about all the fear mongering stuff. I kind of got like I felt it, you know. I felt the community sort of just like tense up, and you know, Thunder Chicken mentioned charging his crystals, and everybody and don't charge your crystals, don't you dare, you know, no, don't. It's so scary. Don't go to the past, you know. And I think it was Quantum of Conscious put out a video beforehand that was like, does your inner knowing tell you that the eclipse is going to victimize you? And it just made me laugh, and I was like, yeah, it's just so stupid. Like, of course it's awesome. We want to see this glorious thing. Like, it was high vibe. It was good. I loved it.
Right?
It was powerful for me. I was meditating, praying, and then, you know, just all you can hear it in Melodome's clips, you know, all the children that were playing on the playground and all the, you know, noises in the background. It was just, it was amazing. Lola wanted to go to sleep. She thought it was nighttime. She was ready to breastfeed and go to sleep and
That's so funny.
stuff. So like, yeah, we got her back in the car afterwards, and started driving for hours. And we got there, we like wanted a nap and had to like get in the car after and just drive.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I was looking at the footage you recorded, and that little that sun flare at the bottom, like the bottom right hand of the sun you're showing, is crazy. Austin and I were looking at that same flare set from our angle. Like if you watch Awesome Austin's footage, that flare looks like it's, I would say, maybe 30 degrees to the left or 30 degrees clockwise going around the sphere from where yours was at. And I was wondering if that angle of perspective, we could figure something out from that. You know, if we could triangulate the difference between that flare between Ohio City and wherever you were recording at, you know, and do something like an Eratosthenes type thing, you know, except we could actually talk to somebody 1,000 miles away instantly.
Well, I mean, it does. I don't know if you can really differentiate anything from that. I mean, we've kind of done stuff like that with the sunspots by taking pictures of the sun with the solar filters from all different parts of the world. And you can see that there is it's just a different view. It's just a different field rotation of, you know, of how it's just your point of view. It should be different.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
It's kind of trippy.
It makes sense. It's like Mark always says, if you're looking at a light on the ceiling, if I'm in the corner and you're over about the door, it's going to look different because we're in different spots.
Yeah, exactly.
But the last caller, it sounded like Cinch Man, but I don't know who it was. But I wanted to say about that, like you're right. I was a little on the fence about whether or not it was the moon. But after this past one, I mean, I think it is the moon. I mean, stands to logic, right? What's the only thing that we see in the sky that is the exact same size of the sun, right?
Mm-hmm.
The moon. Why would we want to imagine or make up something that we never seen or witnessed? You know, that's just speculation. Logic says the moon should be there, and it's during the new moon, so it all lines up. But the thing that doesn't make sense for me is, right, if the moon is so reflective, right, we can read a newspaper by the light of the full moon.
Mm-hmm.
And we all know, according to NASA, that light wraps around the ball, you know, light curves. So I think that if it was actually a sphere, we should see some of the light bending around and illuminate some of the moon during the eclipse. I mean, I think it shouldn't just be a black sphere, like a black abyss, you know. I think it should, if that regolith is so shiny, you know, we can read off of it. You know, it should illuminate some, I think. Yeah, I mean, in my opinion. What do you think? I mean, it's like the way it is just so black. It seems like when you put a shutter over a lens, you know, and it was just, that's what it seems like.
It was so crazy how cold it got, how quick, and then how warm it got, how quick when it came back, you know. It was incredible, and I looked right at it. I looked at it without, you know, not staring at it. You know, they say don't stare. Okay, what's a stare? You know, I had to glance a couple times, you know, and you see that those red flares at the bottom and stuff were so cool.
I mean, it got to a point to where it was almost totality, right? Where, like, you know, you can't look straight at the sun even all the way up to like 80%. Like, that's crazy talk. Like you were saying, you're going to blind yourself. Don't be an idiot. You know what I mean? If you look at something that hurts your eyes, stop doing that.
Mm-hmm.
You know, but like about 80% totality, I noticed the shift in light turned almost blue. It was like a blue electric charge almost. It reminded me of an arc off of a welder's torch.
Mm-hmm.
That's the same like blue color, it seemed like. And I think that's what it is. It's electric. The sun is electric, and it ignites the neon gases in our atmosphere when it's above us. And that's why when the sun goes further away, the red light shift and all that happens, because the gases are being activated, you know, from a further away electrical charge. It's all just like, we're just a big old neon light on God's desk or God's wall, right?
Mm-hmm.
And the sun, as it goes along, it lights up that part of the clock. That's what I think.
Yeah.
Yeah. The regolith, it to be as shiny as everybody claim it is, and what it has to be for the moon to be a solid thing, you know, it doesn't make any sense to me that there wouldn't be some sort of refraction or illumination of the backside of the sphere. Like if I take a basketball and I put a spotlight on the back of it and I line them up perfectly for your perspective, you know, I don't care how bright it is, you're still going to be able to see some of the basketball color. Or, you know, even if I painted it black, you're going to see some of the light wrap around.
Well, I don't know. You have to use a really bright light, because remember, the sun is extremely bright.
Yeah.
You have to use like one of those portable
Yeah.
sunlights and try it. And I'm also putting I have
Oh,
a
the
graph.
other thing
Go ahead.
sorry, go ahead. Oh, well, just like when you were talking about how bright it was, like the whole day, like the sky was brighter than it should have been. I thought it felt like the sky, like the sun was scattered all day that day. I don't know if anybody else felt like that, but I did.
It seemed brighter after the eclipse, and maybe that was just because of perspective, but like driving home, like after it, the sun seemed so bright, like it was like a brand new sun. It was all orange, and like, it was so bright. It was like, we make fun of our kids. They always like to complain like they're vampires on the way to school in the morning. They go, the sun, and we joke that it's so oppressive to them, but it was actually felt like that after the eclipse. To us, it felt like extra bright.
Mm-hmm. Maybe because everything went dark and then it went bright again. It's almost like seeing the bright morning light again.
Mm-hmm. I mean, it was so crazy. It got like 20 degrees colder instantly.
Yeah.
All the crickets came out. And, what was really cool was the pinhole camera effect, because we were on like a playground and they had those little grates for the kids to walk on, and so every one of the little holes had a pinhole camera effect.
Oh, that's cool.
And so that was.
I didn't see any of that this
should,
time. I was looking for that, but I didn't. Nothing around me was making that effect.
Yeah, Awesome Austin's son is actually the one who spotted it out. He was over there playing, and he's like, "Oh, look, it's the eclipse." And I mean, I got some on my Facebook. You feel free to grab any of those if you want to use anything I ever post. Feel free to. And I got my phone freaking cracked in half yesterday, and so I haven't been able to upload my eclipse stuff. But I'll be having it up probably in the next week. Otherwise, Austin, his solar filter stuff, we were together, and so it's the same perspective. It was amazing. Like, I wanted to see when the light goes through the trees, like up through the leaves, and it has that crazy pattern, like the light band pattern.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't see any of that, but I did see the pinhole effect.
Yeah.
I had to stop filming and just kind of pray it during it and get, get into the moment,
Yeah.
Jenny had a moment where she was pregnant during the last eclipse and was praying and stuff, and whenever she opened up her eyes this time, like she was looking at a pregnant woman, and so
From like off in the distance, like I opened up my eyes and I just saw a pregnant woman, and I just started like almost tear up just thinking about the whole process.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it was amazing.
That's cool.
Yeah, we drove back, and I had to do a 5-hour interview on Nachiketa as soon as we got back.
He was so tired at the end. At the end of the story, there was so much more to tell, I feel like, and he was just like, "Yeah, we're done."
Yeah, but if anybody's interested on Nachiketa's channel, I just told my life story. It's two 5-hour parts to it. So
He's got to do a book. It's crazy.
But yeah, we've got our meetup this Saturday, guys.
420.
Yeah, 420, and recreational marijuana use is legal in Minnesota. Just for anybody who's interested in that tidbit. But at the Main Street Bar and Grill in Hopkins, Minnesota, at 6 p.m., we're all meeting up. The reservation's under Jenny and David, and and it's gonna be awesome. We've got a lot of people. Effed Up World's supposed to be coming. Joe from Effed Up World.
Oh, that's cool.
He's a local guy. I've been trying to get him to come to our meetups for like a year now, and he always like, "Oh, I'll get the next one." But he liked my interview so much. He's like, "Oh, I'm coming this time."
I started just joking with him, like, because I figured he would never come, but it would just be like a running joke,
Yeah, so we've got a feeling this one's going to be a pretty good one. If anybody can make it, we'd love to have you,
Nice.
I appreciate everything you do, Karen. Thanks for having us on, and for having these talks every Monday morning. I look forward to it.
All right, on. Thanks for calling.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, thanks.
All right. Tell Ted I said hey.
Much love, guys.
All right.
Love. Peace, everybody.
Peace. Sorry, Cammy, keep getting pulled away. I did not see the images of the ISS, the eclipse from the ISS. Did they take images of it? Did they share some BS or what? Should we look? Okay, well here, I'm going to talk about this before I move on though, because he's talking about if the moon was a sphere, we should see something of the light on the side of it. But here's the thing, you guys, whenever we look at a sphere, this little chart shows you, you always see less than half of the sphere when you're looking at a ball, because it starts to curve around, right? Because of the geometry of a sphere, it starts to curve around, and once the angle gets, to a certain point, you really aren't seeing it, and the visible part of a sphere is like less than half of a sphere. So if the sphere is being lit from above, the light is hitting it. That light doesn't bend around corners, right? So the light is hitting the top of the sphere. Well, from our point of view, it would be hitting the top, and we're looking at the bottom. So actually, and because of it being on a higher plane, right? However high it is, it's more than 5 miles, or at least it appears to be. So from that, when you think about it like that, I actually don't think we should expect to see a lit part of it before it approaches the... I used to think that. I used to think you should see it. But now I actually think that that's probably not a realistic expectation. Just because of how light works and how spheres are, and how we don't ever see we see less than half of it at any given time. More than half of the sphere is hidden from our view. More than half. So I don't know. That's kind of where I would be at that. I could be wrong. You know, ISS footage is interesting. Y'all shout out to Plain Truth. He is FE Giant in England. Shout out to Plain Truth. Let's see ISS footage.
Stunningly beautiful.
Yeah, that's got to be one of the most amazing things I've ever
And
seen.
you see the gradation in the sky color
Yes.
down to the horizon.
Oh
too.
my goodness!
Yeah.
I am seeing a bit of that 360-degree
Oh, God.
sunset.
Yes, yeah.
That is really cool.
It's amazing. Even though we're in the total shadow
Right.
here, there's still the corona is still pretty bright. I mean,
It's incredibly bright.
You could read by the light of the corona.
I think I would have some trouble reading, but I probably could. I could technically read something. So, Eric. Oh, and actually, we have the International Space Station flying over right now. So they are actually seeing not one, but two views of the eclipse. They're able to see not just the moon.
Wow, this is awful.
But they're also able to see the shadow of the moon passing over Earth, which is absolutely incredible. I mean, I can hardly imagine a view being better than the one we have right now, but if there is one, it's
probably on the space station.
It's from the space station for sure. Wow, so yes, they're able to take some pictures of that, and that is just incredible. Just incredible.
One of the things they told people to do if you're far away was to hear how nature changed. And it was interesting here, we're of course surrounded by a lot of people, just to hear their reaction when we went into totality.
It's true, the humans in nature have not gotten quieter, but louder, I would say. But, I mean, you can definitely hear the loudness has a different kind of character to it. There's almost like I mean, I don't know if wonder has a sound, but I think this might be it, yeah.
Hushed awe.
Yes, hushed awe. That's wonderful. And I can see just one little red, I guess, like protrusion coming down
little
there.
red spots almost.
I know.
Those too.
Where's anything?
That's cool. Now there are two.
Yeah.
Wow. That is just so cool.
Yeah, I like the 360 sunset. It's a little hard to see behind us, but it's.
Oh, we've got at least one or two drones.
Yeah, some our robot overlords.
Of course. And so, Eric, I know that, I mean, clearly with the drones, people are starting to get involved in the eclipse, and I know that there are...
That was cheesy. That was terrible. Terrible.
thing. So, Eric... Oh!
Oh my god. That was cheesy, man. That was really cheesy. Could you see any stars during totality? I saw a couple of bright objects in the sky. I think they were planets, though. I don't recall seeing any stars. Oh, it's 11. I just missed 11:11. Michael Kilpatrick, I didn't have to use any glasses at all from start to finish. Well, did you have cloud cover?
Toroidal filter. Brian O'Shea has melted brick teeth. That's on Rumble. That's a I gotta remember to check these other chats once in a while. Hi, Annie D. Raised by Gypsies over there on Rockfin. What are you guys saying? Brenda debates, why don't you go eat a bowl of dick? And why don't you learn how to spell children? Hey, Brenda debates. Have you figured out that you're not a woman yet and you never will be? You're just a stupid man who cut off his penis, or maybe you didn't cut off your penis, maybe you still have it, but you like to dress up like a chick. I don't know what your fucking problem is, but fuck off. Yes, September is beautiful here. We should see a dark circle before the moon goes in front of the sun. Well, you do see a dark circle leading up, like you do. See, here's the thing. Why does this stupid thing keep popping up? Here's the thing. You do, right here. There's the dark circle starting to show up. There's a dark circle. I mean, you do see it. But without a filter, the sun is so bright, you can't tell. I mean, you do see the circle, right? There it is. What do you guys, you know, like, that there, you do see the dark circle. You just can't see the actual object because it's being backlit by the sun. The sun is too bright. You can't see it until it actually goes in front of the disk. Like, if a plane was to fly from your point of view in front of the sun in the sky, you wouldn't see it because it would be too bright. The sun is too bright. And then you would only see it pass in front of the sun, probably if you had a solar filter. I have actually, now that reminds me, I recorded the ISS transiting in front of the sun. So let's check that out. I would never have seen it if I didn't have a solar filter. You know, the moon is a bigger object, but still. Well, first of all, we don't know what it is. Where's my ISS transit? Why is this not working? There we go. So here's me recording the ISS transit, the sun. Long time ago. There it goes.
Did you see that? Damn it! I was moving the camera. And I happened to be adjusting the camera while I was waiting for it to pass. But here, look at this. Boom. Look at that. And even that, it's like not even creating a black spot, a real black spot. It's barely, you could barely see it. Even with the solar filter. Right? You can barely see it, but there it goes. It looks like a little TIE fighter. But you know, you would never see that if there was no solar filter. Still pissed all the flat earthers moved to SC when you left. When did you leave South Carolina? Kinda Giant, 38 subs.
Sun looks bigger without a filter. Yeah, because the light is shining super bright. Yes, I've taken lots of close-ups of the moon. Ooh, more callers. Thank you for calling Coffee Talk. You're on with Karen B.
Hey, Karen B. Tony Coriolis.
Hey, Tony. How's it going?
Hey, doing good. I could, as always, just go way off topic, but to stay on the eclipse topic, I noticed something about the date of the eclipse.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, one time when I called into Strange World, I said how in the Farmer's Almanac, it said that the word for that day was Ascension. And I guess that means like when Mother Mary got into heaven. And then when I was out in Italy, I guess that is like a holiday that they all celebrate. So Ascension was the one that I first called into Strange World. Then Annunciation was the word on April 8th. It just had a weird definition. Any idea what the definition of Annunciation was?
Annunciation? Does it have to do with how you pronounce words? That's what I think of.
No, it says yeah, exactly. And I guess it has a weird, different, like a biblical meaning of the announcement of the incarnation by the angel Gabriel to Mary. So just the announcement of the incarnation and how we were talking all about the red heifer stuff, kind of leading up to the eclipse. I just found it interesting that that'd be on the day of the eclipse.
Huh. That is interesting. I don't know what it means, or if it means anything, though.
Yeah, me neither. Yeah, exactly. And then one last thing, for that 2017 eclipse, that was well before I was flat. But I knew about the eclipse, so I put on my eclipse glasses and I was looking at it. And then, like, a stupid thing that I, thought was, I really can't see the sun too well. And I have, a hunting scope. It's like a small little telescope, okay?
Mm-hmm.
So I tried to angle that right at the sun just so I could see it through the hunting scope and still wear it. Burned a hole in my eclipse glasses because it focused, and luckily it didn't get my eye. So I almost vaporized my eye pretty much.
Oh my gosh, yeah.
But I still, I got it up on my Instagram, the glasses that have the burned hole, because I tried to look at it during the eclipse.
Wow, yeah. That's crazy.
Yeah, I wasn't too smart. I know. But, yeah, just wanted to stay on topic with the eclipse. Wanted to call in and just shout those couple things out.
Yeah, that's cool.
Yeah, your footage was good. I'm just here at work, so I kind of had to keep my head down. But I'm going to rewatch. I was kind of just peeking as I was, working. But sounds like good footage, and looks like you had a really good time, too. So
yeah, it was a great time. Yeah, thank you.
Mm-hmm. All right, Karen. Peace out.
All right, later, Tony. In 2018, I moved to Florida. So yeah, the other thing I wanted to look at with eclipse was the look at the astrology chart and talk about whether the eclipse was in Aries or in Pisces, or and how they relate to the southern node and the northern node. I'll get into that. Let me get this next caller. Thank you for calling Coffee Talk with Karen B.
How you doing, Karen?
I'm doing good. How are you?
Good. This is Elijah, just calling back from last week. Just wanted to ask you a question. Okay, so in regards to the eclipse, do you talk about anything spiritual on this station? I know you do it on Saturdays, but I was just wondering.
It's open topic. Whatever you want to, you can talk about whatever you want.
Okay. So, I just transitioned my family and I over to like our personal life of following the lunar calendar. Okay. And so, you know, so we can be on time with Yah's festivals, Yah's feast, you know, from the Most High during, you know, because I believe that they kind of run in concordance with how the moon phases. So, and in telling time. And so I realized I just transitioned. I'm just learning about all this stuff. But I just realized that during the new moon time is the only time that you can actually have an eclipse, because that's when the moon is black, right? Or dark.
Right.
So and then, you know, you were saying earlier, you know, you're trying to figure out what is the moon, you know, and then, you know, when you read in the writings, the scriptures or the writings, you see that it's, you know, Yah created the light in the sky, but then we notice in certain scriptures that it says that.
What the heck happened? Did my call drop? Ugh.
Welcome to the conference center. There are 2 parties in the conference. You are a host.
Sequence is so perfect every single time. It almost makes you think like because, you know, my family and I, now that we observe the lunar calendar, we go outside and we make sure we look at the moon each night to see the different phases and how the light grows on it and then it wanes on it. So, but it's interesting that it's doing it itself. It's not receiving it. It seems like it's receiving light from anywhere. So during the new moon time, it's fully and completely dark. Like, okay, when you see the crescent or when you see the first sliver, and you look at it in the sky and the sun is still up, you can still see the darkness of the moon. You know, right? You've noticed that, right? So, like when you see the first sliver of the moon, you can see, and you look, you can see the aura of it. Like you can still see that it's still black, but just a little sliver of it is lit up, right? So when it's full, you know, new moon, and the new moon can last, you know, 1 to 2 days, in certain cases, because I think it's a 30-day, 29.5 days when it comes to observing the lunar calendar.
What the heck?
Welcome to the conference center. There are 2 parties in the conference. You are a host.
And it can only happen during that time. It can't happen during any other phase of the moon, because this is when the moon is actually completely dark. And then we know that it's actually something up there that's blocking it. So I just kind of thought that was cool, you know, and it just kind of, to me, it kind of, you know, solidifies in my mind, you know, and like forces the thought that, you know, the skies do tell of the glory of Yah, you know, just seeing how that happened, and no human intervention can have any control over that happening, you know. And then the moon is a very magnificent timepiece, and I just wanted to say that.
Yeah, well, the whole sky.
And you can talk about that.
Yeah, the whole sky is the sky clock, and it's all repeating patterns, and it's always, you know, they always go back to the same place after a certain amount of time. So yeah, it is. It's a very precise timepiece, and all of our timepieces strive to be in line with it. You know, it's extremely hard to make a timepiece that is the same as the sky clock.
Exactly, and it's just you know, before we transitioned over, we took it for granted. It's like, oh, okay, you know, thumbs up. But, you know, once transitioning over to observing a lunar calendar, even though we still have to, for business purposes, deal with the Gregorian, it's just interesting that, you know, how the moon is. The moon is very, very interesting in and of itself because of its perfect light sequences. It never fails to do what it needs to do
Mm-hmm.
throughout each month, and it does it perfectly every single time, so it's just like, realizing it and looking at it now, it's like, it's more amazing, to confirm that this is a dome, that we are created beings. This is put here by design. It wasn't, what mainstream media says, or, MS says, but it's just, it's just amazing to observe it, and it gives hope, to see that, these things exist and that they cannot have just came into being in and of itself. It had to be placed here and designed to do what it does, and we get an actual, creator saying, hey, I designed it for this purpose, and it puts meaning and perspective to life itself, just seeing the moon do its thing every day. I mean, I observe the sun. I mean, you can't look directly at it, but we know that the sun, my family and I, we went to the Santa Monica Pier in California, and a lady was there from Australia, New Zealand, and she's like, okay, well, it's winter time right now where I'm at. And that was just this past week. Well, we know that it's because of how the sun travels, going up during our summer times above the equator, closer to, the northern hemisphere. And then we know that it travels down, during our winter time, and where it's summer there. So it just makes it confirms, all this whole tilting of the earth. My kids are like, the earth doesn't tilt. What? But just seeing that the moon going up and down is just, and then the lady confirming, it's our winter time. And I'm like, oh, it's our spring. Yeah, it's our winter time right now. It's about to be winter. And I'm like, wow, okay. It's just, I've never been to those areas. I've never been to those countries, but just seeing like, oh, well, we're about to hit our summer, and we just left a cold winter, so it's like, wow, it's amazing to see that, Psalms 19, the guy Von Braun or whoever put that up on his tombstone. It's correct. The heavens tell of his glory. And I think about that all the time when I look into the sky and look into the moon and the sun. So yeah, I just wanted to say that piece. It was on my heart to say.
Yeah, that's
and
awesome.
Thanks for accepting my call.
Yeah, thank you for calling. Too many damn projects. Cycles in perfect time, yes. But I'd always recommend Grand Canyon. You can see thousands of pictures like I did. Until you're standing on the rim, it'll never compare. Wish I did the chopper right. Rethink, I agree with you 100%, because the Grand Canyon pictures cannot do it justice. How freaking huge. Huge. It's a giant hole in the ground. It's the hugest hole in the ground. Nobody's got a bigger hole in the ground than the Grand Canyon. Is huge. It is. I mean, some parts of the Grand Canyon, it's literally a mile wide. So you're like standing on one edge and you look across to the other side, and the other side is a mile away. It's pretty insane. It's very impressive. I recommend going to the Grand Canyon in person as well. Pictures will never do it justice until you're standing there and you're like, damn, that's a big ass hole in the ground. Holy shit. All right, you guys, I'm going to take a quick break. I need to refresh my coffee. I'll be right back.
All right, I'm back. You guys still with me? How many people did I lose? It is huge. The military zaps drones. Where are they zapping drones? Devil's Hole near Niagara Falls is like Grand Canyon. I have not. Devil's Hole?
I thought about something when I was on my little break. So I'm gonna open another tab, back to timeanddate.com. So here's what's perplexing. This is another thing that kind of perplexes me a little bit before we get into the astrology thing. Since we're still on the subject of like, well, the size and shape of whatever these objects are. So check this out. The eclipse that happened, the annular eclipse, this one. This is an eclipse where the moon is smaller visually in the sky than the sun. Right? It's smaller. So it never totally eclipses. It's the ring of fire. Right? So here's my question. If this is also the moon below the sun, blocking the sun, why is it smaller than the sun? If they're the same size, if the sun and the moon are always the same size, if the moon is between us and the sun, every time there's an eclipse, the moon should completely cover the sun. See, this is weird, right? Now this is where things get really weird. So, how is the moon smaller than the sun in an annular eclipse? Do the sun and the moon ever physically change size? Does the sun change physical size? Instead of changing elevation, do you think that they get bigger, they physically get bigger and smaller? I'm just talking stuff out. I'm just talking it out. Help me talk this out. I gotta figure it out now. What do you guys think? Eric the Red tipped me on Rockfin. Thank you. And Carrie tipped me on Rockfin. Thank you, guys. Oh my gosh, thank you. You guys are the best. We know what the moon is. It's a rocky satellite. Children know this. Oh, Brenda. Like I said. I'm burned out on thoughts, mine, other people's. What does your heart say? Apogee and perigee, right? That's what I'm saying though, but if it's... What if it's, anyway, I don't know. This is weird to me. How is the moon smaller than the sun if it's in front of the sun and they're apparently the same size? Maybe the sun, Brenda needs upgrade to a full bag of dicks. Yeah.
that person has no life. You know, they're just trying to keep themselves occupied with people like us who are cool and who enjoy life. Oh, fuck. Are you kidding me? So that they don't have to think about how pathetic they are in real life and how sad that person's life is. Your life is so sad that you feel like you have to come around to the Flat Earth channels and talk shit. Because if it's fake, why? Why do you care what we're doing? Why do you care what we do? You're so pathetic that you think people who talk about something that you think is fake, you don't feel like you have to come and like disrupt this stuff. That's how pathetic you are, and sad, and really quite irrelevant. Because nobody cares. Nobody here cares what you have to say or what you think. Anyway, I think that's interesting. So this is October. It was October. Wasn't it? October 2nd. Oh, this is another annular solar eclipse. This isn't the one that happened. This is the next one. October. The other annular eclipse happened in October. See if I can get the info I'm looking for in my Moon app here. So, you go to calendar, October 2nd. Distance 252. So what about, we go to the previous year. We had one, October, was it the 14th? October 14th. Distance 246. So maybe, let's see, Sun Calc. This is stuff I used to do for a long time before I was even making videos. I used to hang out on SunCalc and timeanddate.com, and and I would look at what their sun and their data was, and I would use it and I would compare it to the real world, and I would take manual measurements, and it always matched. I just want you to know, it always matches, because it's always based on your observer's point of view. And so, you know, just like, what's his name? Who said it? There's no way to tell whether the earth is moving or the sky is moving from our point of view, blah, blah, blah. Well, anyway. So this data is pretty accurate for the most part. So what I would like to look at is, do they have the distance? Oh, here we go. Distance between Earth and Sun in kilometers. So I would go to
October 2nd. Distance is 149 149 million kilometers. So what about October 23? 149. And what about during this last eclipse? What was the distance between the Earth and the Sun, according to their nonsense? 149.8. So it's closer. So here the Sun is closer, and during the annular eclipse, it's farther away, allegedly. Interesting. You had a thought about the sun and moon size? Scroll up, let me see. Josh, what you wrote. What if there are two firmaments with a layer of water in between, with the sun and moon on opposite sides of the second firmament, and maybe the sun and moon can swap positions through an opening? I don't know. I think the sun and moon come closer to us at times. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I think that they're, well, according to heliocentricity, they change elevation, but I just had a thought, what if they actually physically change size and not elevation? Although that's kind of a weird thing to think. It's probably not right. But, you know, these are the thoughts that go through my head. Gotta ask all the weird questions. Shit posting. And maybe you don't think that about the nodes, but Santos does have lots to say about it. What about the nodes, Venus Revive? I haven't even got into discussing the nodes. Not used to being here and what you'll say, but Santos says eclipses are Rahu and Ketu, the nodes. Oh, yeah. The nodes are definitely involved because right here, this is a node. This is the ascending node with the horseshoe, that shape that's going up. That's the ascending node. And here's the sun and here's the moon. This is the April 8th eclipse. So, and they are within 4 degrees of the node, of the ascending node. So the ascending node is at 15 degrees and the sun and the moon are at 19 degrees. In the sign of Aries, according to tropical astrology. But I've started recently learning how to change it to sidereal astrology, which is where you take into account your longitudinal position on the circle of the plane, which affects your observer position when you're viewing the sky, right? So geocentric, regular tropical astrology, generic tropical astrology, which is fine for most uses, is, you know, it's fine. But here's the thing. If you put into account your actual, your longitude, and where this, what the sky position is at that it has to do with the vernal point, the actual point of where the sun crosses the equator in the sky according to your longitudinal position, right? So it's like rotating that 0 point to line up with where you are. So it's a little bit more of an accurate view of where you are and where things fall in relationship to the star field as the background, right? So if the star field's the background, and then the sun and the moon and the planets and stuff are all moving around, and they end up in different positions with the star field as the background, right? And then the star field is broken up into the 12 sections, which is the zodiac, right? And then whichever zodiac is behind the sun or moon or whatever planet from that position, from that vernal point, from the point of that set vernal point, then that is the sign or the position of that object in the sky. So, but if you change it, you know, it's sort of like when we get what happens when the sun is traveling across the equator and you get those equinoxes, right? And the longest day or the equal time between you either get the longest day or the longest night, or the equal time, equal day and night, right? Depending on whether it's the solstice or the equinox, right? But depending on where your latitude is, right, which is your circle, starting from the center point, moving outwards, your latitude, which is where you are in relationship to the equator, you know, it changes. So if you're closer to the equator, you're going to get your equal day and night and stuff, you know, closer to when the sun is closer to the equator versus somebody who is a little bit more north, like myself at 35 degrees, you know, I will get mine a little bit late, like a couple days later. So there's actually like a range of time where those things take place on the plane, right? It doesn't all happen at the same time. Like they'll tell you, oh, today's the equinox. Well, it's just the averaging. It's just the average, you know, overall time that the equinox happens, but it might happen at a different time for you, actually, right? If you go on time, that's why I love going to timeanddate.com, right? So timeanddate.com, if you go here, sun calculator, right? And then you'll look up your place. I'll just click on Charlotte. Charlotte is closest to me, right? So then it tells you, it gives you a little diagram here of your day, sunrise, and this is the whole year, right? So it's showing shorter days in January and then longer days during the summer, and then it goes back to shorter days, tells you the twilight, sunrise, sunset, and all this data is fairly accurate. Like you can go, I mean, I use this to go when I go record my sunrise videos. I have my drone in the air a few minutes before the sun comes over the horizon because I go and I check it and it's pretty accurate, right? So you can go here and it'll tell you day length, 12:35, 12:38, blah, blah, blah. So then you're seeing here, you're getting a longer and longer daylight hours, you know, and this will change for other people. So if I go, so right now, April, let's see. April, today is the 15th. My daylight is little over 13 hours of daylight. 13 hours, 6 minutes of daylight, right? So if I go and I pick a different location, let's pick another let's pick Syracuse, New York, because that's more north, right? So now Syracuse, their daylight is wow, they actually have a longer day length, 13 hours and 26 minutes of daylight. How is your daylight longer than mine? That's funny, right? So SunCalc, what's the altitude? Live. This is saying that the sun is higher in the sky. Do I believe it's 150 million some odd kilometers? No, but the sun is higher in the sky. So if the sun is more north of the equator and higher in the sky, that actually makes sense. Does it? I feel like that's weird. Because I'm still closer to the sun than you are. Or is it because... They will come, it takes a while. What are you talking about? Inward towards the north. Yeah. But I think it might be doing this too, though. You know what I mean? I think it might be doing this. Like, it's like the ecliptic. Does that make sense? Let's see if I can illustrate. Let's see. So, let's see. So, let's do it this way. We'll have an Earth. Let's see. Where's my colors? Swatches. Here we go. So Earth, right? Here's the Earth plane. Just bear with me. And then you have your sunlight, sun's path, right? So this is the north. Let's see, let's make this the north. Right? That's the center, that's the north. And then the sun, I think it's doing this type of deal. Cuz it only goes so high, right? Like it's only going to travel between the tropics. It never goes more north than the tropics, right? So the tropics, if that's the center, then let's see, here's tropic, equator, tropic, right? Not to scale. So this would be the equator here. Equator. This is the north. I can't. There, right? Okay. So then take the sun, then you have your sun. I feel like it's doing this. What do you think? Like this type of deal. Right? So when it's over the outer tropic, it's lower in the sky, and when it's over the northern tropic, it's higher in the sky. This is why. You see what I'm saying? Does that make sense? And my circle is bigger than your circle. You have the tighter circle, so you're going to get more sunlight, right? My part of the circle is bigger, so I get outside the sunlight before you do. That's a trip to think about, right? So it'll be different. So, like, let's say, let's go back to March. So this is when equinox for Syracuse was the 17th, looks like. Well, I don't know, 11 hours, 58 minutes. That's basically 11 hours and 59 minutes. That's pretty close to equal day and night right there. And then it goes to 12:01. So right here, this is technically the actual equinox for Syracuse is on the 16th. I think that's the same for me. So, well, let me check. Let's go back to Charlotte. We'll go to March. So we had equal day and night on the 16th. We had 12 hours and 24 seconds of day. So that's about as close to equal day and night as you could get, according to their clock. Although this is going by day length. Anyway, but they always say it's the 20th, right? They always say that the equinox is on the 20th, but really, equal day and night is not really on the 20th, if it's different for everybody. But that's just, they average it out. So anyway, back to the astrology thing. So the sidereal time is taking into account your place on the plane during that time, that vernal point, that vernal crossover point, right? So if I go in here and I change it from tropical to SVP, I think 86, I think that was it, right? Everything shifts, right? So this is taken into account, Indianapolis, Indiana, which is where I was during the eclipse. Now you can see that the eclipse shifts, and now it is the sun and the moon are here at 13 and 14 degrees, but there's still, I gotta change the time. Do I have to change the time? No, that's the right time. But they're both next to the ascending node within 4 degrees. See, the sun is 4 degrees, so the ascending node is 9 degrees in Pisces, and then the sun and the moon are right there next to each other within 4 degrees of the northern node. So yes, I too do agree that the node is part of it. Maybe, Cammie, this is, could this be, this has got to be affecting it with the polarity things that we talk about. I'm sure you have some sort of opinion on that. Cammie, pickled and juiced are good too, just roasting delicious. Oh, beets? I'm growing beets. You guys are talking about magnetic seed exposure and gardening. Yeah. You expose it to what would be the southern pole, because the North Pole is actually the South Pole, if you guys didn't know, because the compass has the red point, the North Pole, and only opposites attract, so it's actually pointing to the South Pole. But they just call it North because it's too confusing to make everybody figure it out the other way. People get too confused. Although if everybody was taught to just know that from the beginning, it wouldn't be so confusing. It's confusing because they tell you the wrong way to begin with. Right? That's why it's confusing. If they just told you how it worked from the beginning and what it really was, it would be no big deal. But it is. So anyway, I wanted to talk about this because I saw a lot of TikTok videos going on about how the sun and the moon were not in the sky where they were supposed to be. They were visually, from our point of view, they were actually in the sign of Pisces, not the sign of Aries. That's why. Because they're taking into time sidereal time. Zach knows about that. We've all talked about magnetic seed exposure and using magnets in gardening and stuff like this. You're talking to the people who play with the magnets the most. You know, you go to their house and there's magnets all over the place. We've watched just about, every video on magnetic subject matter. We all are very familiar with magnetic farming, magnetic seed exposure. The sky clock is off. No, it's not. How's the sky clock off, Carl? It can't be. How can the sky clock be off? It's always the same. Yeah, but I'm talking about the eclipse.
Well, if they labeled the north on the compass south, what do you have? Huh? But I'm just saying, like, when you think about it, though, okay, so think about it. In the north or south, whatever, in the center of the earth, whatever polarity the center is at, it definitely promotes growth, right? It very much promotes growth because, well, and you get allegedly you get 24-hour sun on both poles, allegedly, but you can grow tons of shit in Alaska up in other parts of the earth near the center because of the 24-hour sun that you get, the amount of sunshine, and it gets warm enough to there's an actual growing season. It's a pretty long, good growing, not long, but it's a pretty good growing season, right? And they get max sunlight, so it's just like grow. I think it also has to do with the polarity of the land there because it grows so much, right? So in magnetic seed exposure, like the videos that Ken Wheeler put out, he talks about how you expose it to the South Pole because the South is the one that is like the same polarity as the center where plants actually grow. At least he doesn't say that, but that was my conclusion. So there you go. The other thing I saw, I wonder if I have it, because I did, let me, I think I took a picture of it. Screenshots. Okay, here we go. Let me upload this and this to, Telegram. So, I did go into Stellarium and check from where I was going to be what it looked like. And so here we go. The sun and the moon eclipsing in Pisces. You see that? The fish. So from my point of view, this eclipse did happen in the sign of Pisces. But from somebody else, on another part of the plane, it would be happening in a different constellation. So Venus, see how Venus is popping up right here? I did see Venus when it eclipsed, and we saw Jupiter. I don't recall seeing Mercury. Mercury's kind of small. I don't think I saw Mercury. But I definitely saw Venus and Jupiter during the eclipse. So there you go. So that is why that blonde chick was freaking out in all the TikTok videos saying the sun and the moon aren't where they're supposed to be. It's happening in Pisces, not Aries. This is the difference. This is what the difference is. It wasn't because the sun and the moon are in the wrong place in the sky, because I'm sorry, but that never happens. It never happens. I got bored looking at the sky so much I was waiting for something to go in a place where they said it wasn't going to be. But you know what? It's always there. It's a clock. It's a precision timepiece. So they're always where they say they're going to be. It's just that your point of view is of how these things happen from the plane looking up are different based on your location, as it should be. It makes sense. So now if I take my chart and edit it again, and I just go back to tropical
calculate, everything's back in Aries again. So, yeah, you can put magnets in the ground. Ted's been doing electroculture, where you take the copper wire and put it on a pole on a like a sapling or something, and then stick it in the ground. We'll probably be doing that again. Well, that's what I'm saying. The moon goes further, it goes beyond the tropics a little bit. That's what they call the 5-degree tilt or ecliptic off of the sun. The Big Dipper is swinging far out from its place. Well, the Dipper changes with the seasons. So anyway, let's look at another eclipse. Let's see. How about August 21, 2017? Let's change to path of totality. So South Carolina. Oh, Indianapolis isn't in South Carolina? Oh, you gotta be kidding me. Just kidding. Okay, longitude here is 82, west 29. So, there you go. Sun and the moon during the eclipse. Well, let's see. The eclipse that day was earlier, so... What? So, August 21st, 2017. Oh, here we go. Chart. No. PM. There we go. So here, again, it's within 4 degrees of the northern, of the ascending node. So let's see. What I'm curious about is, let me look at that other eclipse. So October 14th, right, 2023, change to, where did that one start? That was in Nevada, had it. No, not Netherlands, Nevada. Nevada. There we go. And then what's a place in northern Nevada? Not familiar with those. Go check it real quick. Oh, Winnemucca. Calculate. All right, so check it out. Here, this was the annular eclipse, and it was by the descending node. Oh, that's interesting. So, annular eclipse by the descending node. So there, that's interesting. So now I'm curious about the next one coming up. October 2nd, 2024. Oh, but I gotta figure out where that eclipse is happening at. Eclipses visible in South North America. Okay, so I gotta find a place in South America. Way down here. Oh, here we go. Argentina. Down here. Paso Codorniz, Argentina. So, chart, edit chart, Argentina. I can't type. Argentina. And then what was it? Paso. Codorniz. Calculate. Oh, trip out. So here we go, the sun and the moon next to the descending node, the south node. That's interesting. So I wonder if it's annular eclipse when it's next to this node, and then total eclipse when it's next to the ascending node. I wonder if it would be like that for all of the eclipses. Oh. So, and then I'm gonna check this. Okay, here's a hybrid solar eclipse, which is one that starts as a total eclipse and then it becomes a annular, and then it, right? Hybrid solar eclipse. In this particular case, the eclipse path starts out as annular. Further down the track, it changes to total and then back to annular before the path ends. So that's what a hybrid eclipse is. Oh, this is at the ascending node, it says. All eclipses in this series occur at the moon's ascending node. So let's, I want to look at this one. So this one is April 20th, 2023. Oh, this is the one we just had, right? Last year. So, okay, chart 1, edit chart. (2023). And where do we want to put the location at? In the Philippines. So this little island of Timor. Let's see if we can put it there. Philippines. Indonesia. That's what I need to put. Indonesia. Indonesia. Then that island there? Nope. This is really hard finding a about. Here we go. This will work. Calculate. All right. Descending node. Oh, look at this. But instead of it being the sun and the moon right next to each other, it's the node is between them. That's interesting. The hybrid eclipse has the node between the sun and the moon. So the sun and the moon are actually a little bit farther apart, and the node is in between here. Because you got the sun at 9 degrees, the node at 6, and the moon at 2. That's really interesting. What do you guys think about that? I use AstroSeek to check declinations and moon aspects. Hi, Aaron. Speaking of astrology, Aaron Wage the astrologer. Isn't that weird? The hybrid eclipse has the nodes in between the sun and the moon instead of both of them being next to each other and near the node. So there's something going on. There's definitely something going on with the node interacting with the sun and the moon during the eclipse. Definitely. What exactly the details are of that interaction, I have no idea. Partial. So there's some eclipses that are only partial eclipses. It's like not totality anywhere. Or so it would seem. This eclipse belongs to Saros 149 and is number 21 of the 71 eclipses in the series. All eclipses in this series occur at the moon's ascending node. This is moon's ascending node. Moon's ascending node, but this is the descending node. October 2nd. Oh wait, this is... What am I looking at here? October 2nd. Oh, here we go. This is the one I was looking at. Moon's descending node. Okay. Descending node. Well, that's interesting. Let me look at another hybrid. Is there another hybrid eclipse? Hybrid. Nope, there's no other hybrid ones in this series. But here's another thing that tripped me out. So, if we go back... wait, solar eclipses page, eclipse preview, oh, this doesn't have it. Let me go back to 2017. Or actually, no. No, this is right. This is fine. So, we have this eclipse. Partial. The eclipse that happened right close to each other, they're actually part of different cycles. So this one that just happened is a Saros 139 and it's number 30 of 71 eclipses in the series occur at the moon's ascending node. And then the other solar eclipse that we had, so annular solar eclipse, belongs to Saros 134 and is number 44 of 71 eclipses in the cycle. So these eclipses that have happened, they're not even part of the same cycle, even though they're all happening near each other in time. So what was the 2017? So let's go back to 2017 total solar eclipse. This one is Saros 145 and is number 22 of 77 eclipses in the series. So this series has 77 eclipses, but then the other ones have 70. Like I don't know how they separate them into different cycles, even though they all overlap each other. That's one thing I don't really understand yet, is how the cycles are broken up. Like how or why certain eclipses are part of certain cycles, and even though they occur, you know, next to each other in time, they're different cycles completely. That's kind of weird. So, like if I go to, let's see, 2030, there will be a total solar eclipse November 25th of 2030. This eclipse belongs to Saros 133 and is number 46 of 72 eclipses in the series. See, that's the one thing that I don't understand, is how the cycles are separated. Or what you know, what constitutes a cycle. So Saros cycle 133 has what are the eclipses of this cycle?
Catalog of Saros series of solar eclipses. Ooh, that's taken a while to load. Hello? Oh, error 404. Come on, buddy. So go back, 2024, just click on one of these. Saros 144. So the October 2nd eclipse and the October 14th eclipse. Oh, October 14th of 2042. But the last October 14th eclipse is not part of this cycle. See, that's weird. I'd like to know how they do that. Like, how do they break that up? Catalog of Saros series of solar eclipses. 404, page not found. Come on, you guys. Stop hiding it. Stop hiding it. Periodicity and recurrence of solar eclipses is governed by the Saros cycle, a period of approximately 6,585.3 days, or 18 years, 11 days, 8 hours. When two eclipses are separated by a period of one Saros, they share a very similar geometry. The two eclipses occur at the same node, with the moon at nearly the same distance from Earth and the same time of year, due to a harmonic in 3 cycles of the moon's orbit. Thus, the Saros is useful for organizing eclipses into families or series. Each series typically lasts 12 to 13 centuries and contains 70 or more eclipses. Every Saros series begins with a number of partial eclipses near one of the Earth's polar regions. The series will then produce several dozen central eclipses before ending with a group of partial eclipses near the opposite pole. For more information, see periodicity of solar eclipses. Okay. So, this... Well, let me go back then. So let's go back to... 2024, this one. This is Saros cycle 139. So 2024, that's right here. So the next eclipse in this cycle is 2042 on April 20th. So 420, that's my daughter's birthday. And this eclipse happens where? Going over Indonesia, over the opposite side of the plane. That's the next eclipse in this cycle is then. Okay. So now what I want to see is, if this is Saros 139, what does Saros 140 look like? So let me wonder if I can just change this to 40. Will it work? Yes. So, Solar eclipses of Saros 140 all occur at Moon's descending node, and the Moon moves northward with each eclipse. So the nodes even have have something to do with how they separate the cycles. Oh my gosh, I've been yammering on about over here. What are you guys even talking about? Are you guys listening to me? Divorce group? Is there a support group for people with spouses that think you're ridiculous for thinking the earth is flat and compares it to believing in QAnon? Oh my goodness, this is your support group, Josh. I believe this eclipse started in Kiribati. Which one? The one that we just had? The April 8th one? Hello, Doug. Good to see you. Most are just partial eclipses, right? Nodes is where it's at. Are the nodes ever visible? No, that's the thing. The nodes are not... Let's see. Should we look up what a node is? Let's see what this says about nodes. I thought it had a thing where you could click where it said nodes. No? Let me go back. Yeah, ascending node. Node, okay. The moon's orbit is tipped about 5.1 degrees to Earth's orbit around the sun. See, this is where I was telling you they have like a 5-degree difference. The 2 points where the moon's orbit crosses Earth's orbit are called the nodes. But Earth doesn't have an orbit. So it's actually where the moon's orbit crosses the sun's orbit. That's the node. The ascending node is where the moon crosses the north of Earth's orbit. The ascending node is because, you know, that's the whole thing, is the Earth moving, blah, blah, blah. But it crosses the sun's orbit. Shadow bands. I saw shadow bands during the last eclipse, not so much during this eclipse. So that's it. If you look at Cami and I made a diagram. Come on, why are you... Why? Stop it. My computer is freaking out. There it goes. Going a little slow. Here we go. Moon phases over flat Earth. Okay. So, this is basically when we're talking about it from our point of view. Okay, so this is the sun's path, and the moon phases are set up in relation to where the moon would be in the sky compared to the sun during that phase. So if the sun is here and it's a new moon phase, it's because the moon is below the sun. So any lit up portion of the moon would be completely out of sight for anybody down below it. And then, of course, since the moon's always going to be half lit, you know, from our point of view during the phase.
You know, and not necessarily that the moon, and whatever you think, if the moon is reflecting light or if it's absorbing the light like a mineral and being, you know, fluorescing, which I actually think that makes sense. It could be being charged by the sun and then emitting the light, which is why it's colder and it's not reflected like warm sunlight. It's like the moon gets charged and then it fluoresces, right? At least that's one theory about how it could possibly be working. What are you saying? I'm over here talking to my phone as if you can hear me. You can call in. Oh, I have callers waiting. I have a call-in number. If you want to call in, Aaron, and talk eclipses, it's 848-222-2480. Or I don't know. Is Q-tards a little too much? No. I say retarded all the time. I use the word retarded all the time. You can say retarded. Evidence of moon nodes. Please. Well, I don't know if it's necessarily the moon nodes or just the node in general where the paths cross. It's like, so see, how you have an ascending node and a descending node on the side here? It's like, that's, you know, well, I guess, or would the nodes be here where it crosses? I don't know. Or is it only crossing from our point of view? It's a giant firefly. Or the moon is its own light source, which the sun affects. I mean, I guess that's basically the same thing. I don't know how it works. A really good book is The Lunar Nodes, Your Key to Excellent Chart Interpretation. Nodes are not visible, says Aaron. Yeah, they're not. It's just where the paths cross in space and time. And because, like, all those things in the sky are always moving, the nodes move too, right? Like, all of it's moving. So, from our point of view. So let me just play it. So if you're playing it, why does it go to immediately to, I only want to do one chart. Can't you just play one chart? Why does it want to show both charts? I can't play just one chart. Anyway, you'll see these points move too. This is only going by 1 minute. Let's go by hours. Yeah. So the nodes move too. See the little horseshoe moving? Everything moves because it's all like a timepiece. All the wandering stars have nodes. It's only the lunar nodes that create eclipses. Karen, are you leaning towards it that the moon 2D or 3D object? It could be spherical, but it could also be elliptical. It could be a flattened ellipsoid shape. And the only reason I feel like that's a possibility is just because, you know, the Is It Spherical video like that. And I also have this other, I wonder if I could find it. I don't have it. I'd have to go dig it out. But there's this... I went to this museum of art, and this person had done a tapestry of the moon, and it was on like a... It was on like a disc. It was like concave a little bit. And it made me really think, you know, the moon could be that shape. And the other reason why I thought that too is because Steve Torrance, who used to do all those animations, he redid the eclipse, and when he was reproducing the moon phases in Cinema 4D with the atmosphere and everything involved, he said that he couldn't get the moon to maintain a consistent shape unless he made it a flattened ellipsoid. Like the sphere shape didn't work, but the flattened ellipsoid shape did. So that's weird, right? And then the lunar eclipses, when he had to model them, he had to put something in the center, like a dark body in the center of that helped create the lunar eclipse. So looking at the astrology of lunar eclipses would actually probably be pretty interesting in different ways than it is looking at it for the solar eclipse. The word nodes means knot in Latin. The lunar nodes are knots that tie the moon's ecliptic to Earth. Ah. So, let's take a look at a lunar eclipse really quick. Any coming up? I know we're supposed to have one. Yes. Early 2025, we're having a total lunar eclipse on our side of the plane. And don't you think it's funny that a lunar eclipse is visible to much more people than the solar eclipse? So there's definitely a different something going on here. This eclipse belongs to Saros 123 and is number 53 of 72 eclipses in the series. All these eclipses occur at the moon's descending node. See, this is the one that really makes me think about polarization being involved. More so even than a solar eclipse. Although I'm sure with the solar eclipse it's there to some degree. But there's something more. It seems like that's more at play here in the lunar eclipse. So let's see, March 25th. Let's see, edit chart. I'm still not very good at using this program, so don't make fun of me. 25th, 2025. Was it 25th? March 14th. Shoot. March 14th, 2025. And we'll be in America. Well, let's just do Carolina. Doesn't want to bring up. Carolina. Charlotte. I'll just go ahead and do Charlotte because we're all going to see it. And then we're going to change the time. See, it'll be about like 3 a.m. Calculate. All right. So we have the moon next to the descending node and the sun next to the ascending node. So this is interesting. This is an interesting phenomena here. So this is totally a different action, right? So during the solar eclipse, the sun and the moon are next to each other. During the lunar eclipse, of course, they're opposite each other, but they're both next to the opposite nodes. So what do you think about that, Cammie? There's definitely something going on there where the polarity could be being changed through this line of sight here. The sun or the light, whatever's being sent to the moon. I don't know. This is a trip. So they're both by a node, but the opposite nodes, obviously, for obvious reasons. If the moonlight is dimmer, the sun can still cast a shadow. We don't know what the moon is. But here's the crazy thing, though, is that during a total lunar eclipse, the moon doesn't just go away the way that the sun goes away. It gets dark and then it turns red. It's really trippy. So, I wonder if I can go to time and date. So timeanddate.com, eclipses, total lunar eclipse. This is the next total lunar eclipse. So here they say it's Earth's umbra. Well, obviously we don't buy that it's Earth's umbra. But you'll see that it darkens, right? But then once it goes, gets in there, it goes into red, it turns into a blood moon. Entire eclipse visible start to end in this area. So we'll get a really good view of this eclipse next March. Oh, it's a Friday night too, so that's good. We can stay up late and it won't be a big deal. Or is it Thursday night to Friday morning? That's what it is. This eclipse is a go to local timings and animation. So, yeah, about 3 in the morning. Moon is closest to the center of the shadow. So I guess the closer to the center of this shadow that it gets, the more red it gets, I'm assuming. Brown lunation number. The gamma increases. Gamma is the distance of the center of the moon's disk from the center of Earth's umbral shadow in units of equatorial Earth radii. It is defined at the instant of greatest eclipse when its absolute value is at a minimum. Well, that's interesting. I never saw red at the last lunar eclipse. It just went dark gray, but Walt saw red in Louisiana.
Yeah, I think from your point of view, the closest it is to the center of the shadow, the more red it gets. Have a great day, Stephanie. Oh, sorry, Tommy. Look at the edges of the moon close-ups, not the same as the edges of whatever eclipsed the sun. Well, I showed Emily Suzanne's video where she takes a picture of the moon and she lines up the craters with the Bailey's beads that showed up in her video, so it does seem to match. It kind of looked like it matched me. I mean... Yeah, astrophysics arc units. Angle is everything, right, Cammy? Angle is everything. So, I don't know how red this... It looks like it gets red-ish. Let's see. Lunar eclipses. We had one not so very long ago. Penumbral. So let me see if I can find one where that looks like the moon goes to the center of the shadow. Isn't it weird? It has this like red target, and like the closer the shadow is to the center of that target. Oh, here we go. So this one will go in the center. June 26, 2029. So let's take a look at that. Eclipses. '26, 28, 29. Here we go. Well, this one doesn't have it showing any more red in the animation, but it does show it going like pretty much in the center of the circle there. I guess you just have to see it, the closer to the center it is, the more red it will appear. I'm guessing that's the difference. Because it doesn't, yeah, it's kind of is dark, 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 and then once it starts getting in there, it turns color again to where you can see features. Fascinating. And my point is, how does the sun light up the opposite side of the moon to present us with a full moon? Impossible. Well, that is when the moon... Okay, so let's go over here. So, full moon, the moon is higher in elevation than the sun, right? So the sun is going to be casting light down here instead of up here. That's how we see the full moon. If that makes sense. Allegedly. At least that's how we talk about it. When I talked about it with Cammy. If the moon is higher, then the light lighting up the moon is going to be between us and the moon, right? So the sun's light will light up the moon because it's higher, and then when it's lower, you know, it won't. I don't know if that makes sense. Wanted to see it go red. Looked like it matched to me, yeah. The Genghis shine when the moon goes red. Seeing the moon in broad daylight should have some significance. Elisa Brittany, I think that proves that the moon is small and local and definitely inside of our atmosphere.
Because if it was outside of the atmosphere, I don't think we would see it. Like if it was in space, my son asked me that question. He was like, when he was 2 or 3, he's like, Mom, and this is before I even started talking about flat earth stuff. He was just a little boy. And he's like, Mom, if the moon is in space, how come we can still see it? You know, because in his mind, he was thinking if it's out in space, you shouldn't be able to see it. Right? Especially during the daytime when the sun is lighting up our atmosphere and why would we be able to see past all of that? You know, out into the darkness of space. You don't see the darkness of space, so why would you see something that's hanging out in the darkness of space from here on Earth when it's daytime? Right? And it's blue. Right? I think that has to... That's part of the weird effects of it absorbing some of the properties of the looks of the atmosphere around it. Like I was showing you those planes in David's video where you can't see the plane, you know, all of it, or like you'll see it and it'll disappear. It's just, you know, when things get really high up and you're looking through all that stuff, there's weird effects happening. Kind of makes you wonder, well, no, not really. Never mind. Scratch that thought. That's right, Brenda, full bag of dicks. I love Ben's hilarious. Fun fact, the ball model, the moon sets in the east. Everything rises... What? The moon sets in the east? What are the nodes? Answer, they are two opposite points where the orbit of the moon and any other planet intersects the plane of the Earth's orbit. Or yeah, it's just where the paths cross. So, like, that coming from the word not in Greek, like, that makes sense. Like, where the paths would cross over, kind of like a knot, right?
The moon's node on the other.
Yeah, well,
you know.
Yeah, so during the lunar eclipse, the sun is next to one node and the moon is next to the other node. So there's a southern node and a northern node, or an ascending node and a descending node. They're either way, as you can call it, either one.
I'm not sure. I think I get the general idea of what you're saying, but I want to make sure I'm not mistaking it. And I didn't want to. That wasn't the main thing I wanted to talk about, so I didn't want to spend too much time. But are they? Does it mean like the source? I would guess I was interested in the source you're getting that from, but was it saying that the sun is always? Was it saying that the sun's always like on the opposite side of what we would call the Arctic North? And I guess what I'm getting at is it somebody that believes, you know, heliocentric or globular astronomy that would argue that the lunar eclipses are always allegedly caused by the Earth's shadow, which we would say is a lie?
Mm-hmm.
Unless perhaps, I guess a flat earth person could argue that if they believed it was caused by which I don't, if they believed it was caused by the shadow of a mountain in the north. But I believe that's what creates night and day. But be that as it may, I just wanted to say just 2 points about that. Just caught my mind while I was listening that there have been recorded lunar eclipses, or I don't think they're eclipses, but I don't think that's a correct name. I'm not doubting that they happen, but I don't think it's the shadow of something. I think it's
Dennis, can you hold on
I think
for
it's
just one
something
sec?
within the moon itself.
Can you hold on for just one sec?
Yeah.
Sorry. Emergency.
Of course. We're on hold. Just a moment. Standing by. I would say if this had been an actual emergency, but it sounds like it is an actual emergency. So we'll find out what it is. Something at Karen. Anyway, if anybody can hear me out there, I'll repeat this when Karen comes back. But I just wanted to say, totally off topic, but of interest.
I'm back.
You guys remember? I just wanted to say one thing real quick, just to get it out the way. It's total. Oh, is everything all right though? Before I say.
Yeah, my dog was barking, and I just had to go down there and let him outside.
Okay. While you were away, I started to say like the test of the international broadcast system. If this had been an actual emergency, wait, it is an actual emergency, so disregard. Talked about unless I haven't been listening since you began. But the Globe by Samuel Robotham, among other places. There's been instances where there are lunar quote-unquote eclipses where the sun was visible in the sky at the same time. So that he mentioned that because it obviously rules out the Earth's shadow being the cause of the eclipse. But I don't think that the Earth's shadow ever had anything to do with a lunar eclipse. I think I call them so-called lunar eclipses because it's a discoloration from within the moon itself, and they happen at regular intervals. Now, I'm not saying I know exactly what the cause of it, and I'm definitely not ruling out that study can't determine what it is, but that part's very interesting. But I don't think it's some object passing in front of it, or a shadow of the Earth, or a shadow of some other object. I think it only involves the discoloration part, at least, comes from stuff within the moon. If there's something what you said about the nodes with the sun, maybe I'd be interested to know what it is, and also if it's consistent. But I understand lunar eclipses, at least the ones that we see. They usually happen at night. So, of course, the sun's usually not going to be visible. But the one thing I wanted to mention, it's just, it's two parts. One with, it's the same line of research I've been doing recently, but one had to do with propaganda in the realm of fantasy. And I'm talking about basically since World War II, like the space program era. And the other had to do with reality. With the reality, there's something called the Kármán line, which the traditional definition, I think since the late 50s, named after the guy who figured it, 62 miles up is the tentative definition for the limits of space, or where the atmosphere ends and space begins. And there's other, it's not like a hard line. There's other, I think the U.S. officially determines it at 50 miles. But anyway, just as a standard idea, and the X-planes during the 60s, I think they started all around 1959 or something like that, late 50s.
Yeah.
And they went on up until around 68. And that's the highest that airplanes have gone. I know twice, I think it was in 63, one of them got up to 67 miles altitude, and that's the highest that an airplane has been. Now, unless I hear better and my ears are open, investigation, I hadn't been studying this a long time. Maybe some rocket or something legitimately got higher than that. I don't know yet, but I'm just using that as a working model, because I know that I think that's credible that they did get up to 67 miles, and it may be higher, but I kind of doubt. I rather doubt that anything's been over 100 miles, but man-made. but I mean, my ears are open for any more evidence. But getting into satellites, I just, well, I guess as far as, like the moon missions and all that stuff is propaganda and fantasy. And that's mainly what I wanted to just finish off. I found something, let me say, the USIA, founded in 1953, and that stands for the United States Information Agency, which is, I think it's got an innocuous or not sounding name. Not many people know about it, or the average person doesn't know about it, but it's, from what I read, it changed names in 1999. It still continues under another name, but it's, as far as propaganda, it's by far the biggest propaganda organization in the world for decades. It's got many, many times more funding than the next 20 biggest propaganda organizations all combined. And that's from a book written about it in the 90s. But I think it has a successor, just like NASA had a successor to an organization called NACA, which went from like 1915 to 1958. The USIA had I think it was called the United States Information Service, but it changed names in 1953 and was reorganized. But it had a political purpose, and it was with all this anti-communist McCarthy era stuff. And I want to say that's what NASA was a part of. And with all the 60s, with the Gemini and Apollo missions, the NASA propaganda was subservient to, and it dovetailed the USIA propaganda. It was part of it. The USIA is the mother organization of like Voice of America and all these other films and other stuff. It's vast influence. I mean, not just in the United States, but across the world. But I think there's a book came out, and the lady's name fairly recently, within the last few years, but it's called Operation Moonglow. And her last name is Weir Harmony, and she's a believer in the space program. But what this book is about, I think, is outstanding. The book, her job anyway. She's the head of the Smithsonian's Apollo collection, and her book is about the political history of Project Apollo. That's the subtitle, and it talks about USIA propaganda dovetailing with NASA propaganda. And the subject of her book, I mean, I agree with it. It's correct. It's accurate. It talks about them. She actually says the main purpose of the space missions of Mercury, Gemini, and Apollo in the 60s was political, and the science was a secondary thing. I say that's right on. I mean, she doesn't believe the science was false, but that's, I mean, I would disagree with her on that, but that's not what the book's about. That book's it's a mainstream book. I don't know if it's been promoted as much. I had to look to find it, but it's right on. It supports the flat Earth argument that it's a political. I've always said that the propaganda, it follows the politics and economics, the finance. But I did want to say one thing in connection with that myth. Around the Eisenhower and Kennedy, Eisenhower went out in January of 61. The elections were in, November around 1960. And when Eisenhower was president, he wasn't as big. He wasn't outspoken against it or anything, but he wasn't as on board with all the space stuff, as enthusiastic about it like Kennedy was. And Kennedy, and Johnson too, after him, they were totally down with it. And that's when you see all this stuff like, I think Project Mercury was founded in the late 50s, and NASA was founded in 58, but they didn't really get teeth or power until Kennedy became president. And that's when you start seeing these, Telstar in particular. That's the first, that started in 1962 after Kennedy was president. Those are the first communication satellites. They may have had the origin of satellites in the late 50s after Sputnik and America had one, but the communication satellites, that's the first one that they started making claims that we have evidence that this satellite orbiting and that it actually makes radio signals and communicates television images and radio communications on all of it's up there. So the people who say it's non-scientific or not possible, well, I've done some. I think I've got the foundation of a solid case against that. But the well, one thing I just want to say that when they have like X-planes went to 67 or at the most of them were lower than that. They used the extreme highest they got. This stuff I can believe. It's a discernment of what's truth and what's falsehood. Going to the moon or going even low Earth orbit satellites. That's defined, like it's on Wikipedia, defined as standard 1,000 or 1,000, anything up to 1,200 miles in altitude. That I reject out of hand. No way. The X-plane going 50, 60 miles at the most, okay, I believe it. But 1,200 miles up, no. And the fastest a plane has gone, it was the X-15 again. That's like 4.5, I'm sorry, around 6.5 Mach or 6.7 Mach. That's times the speed of sound. 6.5 times the speed of sound was around 4,500 miles an hour. That's the most. But they claim satellites, orbiting satellites, the standard ones that they claim, not stuff that going to the moon, just standard, typical low Earth orbit satellites. They claim they orbit the Earth once every 2 hours. And this is vastly more than the hypersonic stuff that the X-15 achieved. In other words, it's a lie. I mean, if you think about it and look, it's obviously a lie. They just don't do it at all. So, but if they are receiving signals that they say are proof that these satellites are doing this, how? Well, I looked at the earliest satellites, and among others, I found a book on the history. I forget the exact title, the Origins of Satellite Communications or something like that. And in the title of the book, it says 1945 to 1965. And then Arthur's name, it's Arthur Whalen, Whalen. Well, anyway, this Arthur Whalen says in the book, even in the description of the book, these first satellites, and the first ones were Telstar in 1962, the communications satellites. And by the way, Telstar, and this is important, what financed Telstar was AT&T. AT&T has been around since Alexander Graham Bell in the 1870s, 1880s. It's a mega company that was never broken up until the 1980s. Like when the oil empire and the Rockefellers and all these robber baron companies were broken up in the late 19th or rather early 20th century. That's one that survived. And so I decided to look into AT&T, and I found a couple books that were very interesting. That was one, was Arthur Whalen's book. But the reason, and this is my main point, what AT&T is a company that already had like transatlantic cables, it's vast communication networks that are already established. Just like what conspiracy guru man Alex Michaels talking about in his video, Welcome to the Satellite Hoax. He's talking about LORAN and radio transmitters from antennas, cables already laid across oceans. AT&T was by far not the only, but the main company that established all these communications networks. So it's easiest for them of any company in the world to say that to lie, claiming some satellites up there transmitting the signals when it's done by another name. And I just of interest. I mean, I could do more research, but there's a book from 1939 by one of these muckrakers like Upton Sinclair and George Seldes that exposed corruption. This author's name is Nubian Danielian, and the copies of the book to find. I found there's somebody in India reprinting it for $35, a print on demand. God bless him. I read in a review that said that this book is entitled AT&T: The Story of Industrial Conquest, and it's one of the muckraker classics of the 20th century. And AT&T didn't like it at all, and they went out and bought all the copies that they can after it came out, and they destroyed it. It's I don't have it yet, but I'm looking forward to ordering a copy of it this summer. You know, and it's from Alexander Graham Bell forward, talking about the corruption, the political maneuvering, everything bad. It's about the review I read of it. And it said there were reviews at the time. This review's from the 70s when there was a reprint issued, but there were reviews at the time in a couple of New York Times and another paper it quoted that were very impressed with, because this is a company that had evaded exposure before. So it sounds like they were in establishing facilitating the actual communications that were alleged to be done by satellites. AT&T's at the center of that. Before the government got into satellites with, especially with Kennedy, but it was a capitalist thing before the government got involved in this satellite BS. But anyway, that's all I got.
All right, Dennis. Well, thanks for calling.
All right, we'll see you.
Take care. I remember looking at the X-15 a while ago, and because they talk about it made the highest flight, and I remember thinking how strange it was. Their numbering convention on their planes starts with 666, 666, 70, 71, and 72, where there are three X-15 planes that they used. And I remember just looking at how high they said they were going. I didn't realize that they said they were going so freaking fast. So, yeah, that's crazy. Nothing goes that fast now, like ever. And I can't remember, does anybody remember in the beginning of the Top Gun sequel that was just made, where Maverick is flying the experimental jet in the very beginning, and he gets up to Mach something? What Mach is it that he's going for there? Where he basically bends the frame of the aircraft, allegedly, in this. What was it? Does anybody remember? Because these things are saying they got up to Mach 5? Mach 6.06. This is the fastest one. Right? Airspeed of 4,017 miles per hour in 1958. I mean, and this is all before allegedly going to the moon. So was this like a preliminary, let's see what we can make people believe type of thing? Or let's make people think that we're flying planes to space? Like this went from 57 to 66, right? They were doing this NASA and U.S. Air Force, NASA, U.S. Air Force. That's interesting. I didn't pay attention before to how fast they said they were going, but yeah, that Mach 6, Mach 5, oh wait, no, here's one faster. Mach 6.7, 4,519 miles per hour, allegedly. That's crazy. Yeah, I find it hard to believe they were going that fast.
At Edwards Air Force Base, a B-52 mother plane carries aloft the X-15 rocket plane for another in the painstaking series of development tests leading up to the epic mission for which it was designed. Carry a man beyond the fringes of the Earth's atmosphere and to return him to the ground. The X-15 is cut loose 7 miles over the Mojave Desert to fall free and glide back to Earth, testing the stability of the most radically different aerodynamic structure ever engineered. A craft designed to reach speeds of up to 4,000 miles an hour, to skim the upper limits of the world's blanket of air, and then to handle like a conventional plane in landing. In this powerless flight, pilot Scott Crossfield brings the X-15 down through the pre-planned glide pattern without a hitch. The space plane's first free flight is a success.
So what, they flew it without power first? They just dropped it from the plane just to see if they could land it? Interesting. I mean, because if you think about it, they had to start somewhere with their fakery, right? In July and August 1963, pilot Joe Walker exceeded the 100 kilometers in altitude, joining NASA astronauts and Soviet cosmonauts as the first human beings to cross that line on their way to outer space. Yeah, this is space programming bullshit. Karen B, what is that, Alex? Have not, I am Ian's cat. What is it? All Past Time by Dimbleby? Highly detailed eclipse information? No. Oh, this is that hypersonic speed thing? This travels at 6,599 miles per hour, Mach 8.6. Yeah, but there's nothing in it. Right? There's not a person inside of it. Yeah, that's violent. When things move that fast, that's violent. Violent. So we're supposed to think that guy flew a plane that fast through this experimental X-15 plane that fast. Huh. Yeah, I have a hard time believing that. I have a hard time with that. What now? Maverick plane supposedly did Mach 10. Oh, that's right. Right, that's ridiculous. Yeah, right? It's many times faster. It's faster than a speeding bullet. I just have a hard time believing that humans can live in that sort of condition. Oh, they say the space shuttle goes like 17,000 miles per hour. Thank you for calling Coffee Talk. You're on with Karen B.
Hey, Karen, it's Jesse from Hingham. How's it going?
Good. How are you?
Pretty good. Had a great time with Zulu One and David Weiss and Notice Fairbear and Alex Flowery, and we had maybe up 30 people over there all together.
32?
It was a pretty good time. About 30 or so, give or take. I'm not sure the exact number. Maybe there's even 40.
Maybe 33.
But, you know, maybe, right? So anyway, we got there the day of, but I was told that it was perfectly blue sky, literally the day before, up until about sunset, 360 degrees, crystal clear, and then they just started spraying like you can't even comprehend. And I was told that from someone else who was in upstate New York as well, you know, further up in the, you know, to the north and east. We're in southwestern New York State. But it was still a good time, you know, and I was able to get a few good shots. You know, the clouds did break here and there. And what I'm thinking is, since originally the forecast was, well, initially it was cloudy, then they switched it to sunny, and then they switched it back to cloudy. I'm wondering if it just depends on confirming how many pilots are available to determine how accurate their forecast is going to be. It just seems like it, you know?
Yeah?
Maybe they, at the end, maybe in the end they realize, okay, we do actually have enough pilots on duty, and they'll switch it to, you know, they got to have the forecast fairly accurate, so they switched it back to cloudy. But it was fun. And then afterwards, we, and, you know, I know what's funny, you know, every time there's going to be so much traffic, you know, whatnot. And we headed out there after a couple hours and head north to Buffalo, New York for dinner. And it was very light traffic, you know, even in downtown Buffalo, really nothing going on. And then we crossed over into Ontario province, and we were literally, there's 2 other cars at the customs station. I mean, I was very surprised. And then we drove to a place called Fort Erie, and Lake Erie that night was literally calmer than a mill pond. It was crazy. And I got a shot of Buffalo from about 10 and a half, 11 miles, and I could actually zoom in. Even at that point, you got about 70 feet of curvature, and I could actually zoom in all the way to the grass where, let's say, a father and son could be throwing a baseball. So there goes the argument, oh, why can't you see the shoreline, you know? Literally, it was calmer than a mill pond, and that's how I was able to do that.
Yeah.
So it was pretty successful. And then we went to Niagara-on-the-Lake, got Toronto from 31 miles as well. Here we go. Let's see if I can, let's see, Gmail. Did I send it to Karen Endicott or a different one? Maybe you can show that shot on your screen.
Karen BFE is my email.
Okay, so the Flat Earth Festival, okay, I think, the Unveiling This Realm, that one? Unveiling This Realm at gmail.com. I have that one, and I have flatearthfestivals.com.
Flat Earth Festival.
Okay, so let's try that one. There we go. Okay, just sent it. See if that comes up. Yeah, send it to the Flat Earth Festivals one. Let me know if you got it. And then crossing the border again. I mean, we're the only car. And continue towards Massachusetts. We had a great meetup in Norwood, Massachusetts the other night, this past Saturday night. And, welcome 3 new people, Robert, Kate, and terrible names. There was one other, but we had 3 new people. It was a good time, but 13 of us all together. So at this point, in your thinking, have you come to the conclusion that it is actually the moon, or would you say it's still possible that there is something else up there?
Oh, I think it's the moon. I think the moon is involved in the solar
so?
eclipse, yes.
Now, we never see the so-called craters, you know, that obviously you can see, you know, anytime you zoom in, especially with the Nikon P1000 or any of those cameras, but even with the naked eye, I mean, you see, you know, it looks like craters or different formations or whatever on the moon. We just see black. we don't see any of that.
Well, you can see Bailey's beads shining through like some parts of the moon. Like the edges are not perfectly smooth. I showed that earlier
Right.
in the stream. Emily Suzanne has a video of
Okay.
it. Yeah. I would say it makes sense it's the moon. The moon's always out during the day.
Okay.
The solar eclipse happens during the day. That it's in the right place at
Right.
the right
That's
time.
true.
I mean, we can't see it, but we also don't know how things really work up there, so just...
That's true. Well, we certainly don't. Just curious, did that photograph manage to come through?
Huh?
Did that photograph I just sent you of Buffalo come through?
No.
Oh. Oh. Maybe I have the... So what is the actual email I should be using for you? Maybe
Well,
that's why...
you email me stuff all the time.
Oh, I do? Okay, so so I do have the right one, yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
That same email.
Let's try... Just want to make sure. Anyway, how's your eclipse viewing in Indiana?
It was good. It was perfect. I saw the whole thing.
Nice.
Yeah, it was great.
You have a lot of people over there?
No, I didn't really do a meetup or anything. We were just with family.
Oh, okay. Oh, nice.
Yeah.
No crazy traffic in Indiana?
No. I mean, a little bit. There was a little bit
Right.
trafficy. Some people had accidents, but overall, it was fine. Well, yeah, everything was
Nice.
fine.
Nice. Yes. Pretty uneventful, like I said, in southwestern New York. Alrighty, well, I'll let you get to it. Shout out to you, Mark, Zulu One, David Weiss, Notice Bear, and so many others, Susanelli, and so many others.
All right, cool. Thanks for calling.
You're welcome. And I just sent the thing again, so to your other one, so try that one.
I'll keep an
Alrighty,
eye out
we'll
for
talk
it.
to you soon.
Okay. Bye.
Alright, sounds good. Line muted.
Yeah. What is this? What are you sending me a picture of? This is... I don't know what that is. Far away picture, I guess. I'm sure you said it, and I already forgot what it was. Still up. Yeah, I'm about to wrap it up. Speaking of t-shirts, what the fuck is the moon? I made this t-shirt. If anybody's interested, here. You can find it in my merch store. Oops. You can find it in my merch store. It's basically the AE map with the Coke design. It's like I found this picture of an old Coke sign, and I thought it would be cool to have like the AE map on a vintage looking Coke sign type thing. So that's what this t-shirt is. I think it looks cool. It's got the AE map in it, but it's not like in your face from far away. It looks like, you know, I like ripping off other people's stuff. Why I always get up so early? Because I have chickens and critters and everything. I'm a early person now. It's good for your boobs. What's good for my boobs? You can't even see boobs. Did you even see boobs? Hot Earth. Cheers, Elisa Brittany. Yeah, It's just a regular shirt. Anyway, I like my t-shirt designs. Boobs? Can't. I mean, a little bit, but not really. It's just a normal shirt. It's like not anything special. It's not even like cut, really. It's just the whatever. Lowry is a boob. Did you see my question about decal? No. Let me go up and see. I'm still waiting to go through my health. Oh, took a dive. Oh, sorry to hear that, Rico. What am I looking for? One upper. Hey, Karen B, can you make any decal? I need one that says Black Swan, the name of the bonsai tree I got for my birthday. My daughter named it that because it looks like a ballerina. Yes, I can make whatever. You just have to tell me how big it needs to be and all that stuff. Yeah, I can make any custom. I have my machine right here, my little custom. I got it all set up now. Nice that I have everything set up upstairs. But yeah, I actually thought about making more stuff again, starting to make more shirts again. Actually, I need to make me a t-shirt for, not this Tuesday, not tomorrow, but next Tuesday. Whenever Stefan's gonna come on with us to Strange World for episode 456. Land of 10,000 perfectly flat lakes. Gonna use that Land O'Lake symbol. There you go. We have a flat earther here that rode in the limo with the Iron Sheik while he was doing lines of cocaine. Hilarious. And I'm still working on my tinfoilhatlove.com thing. I'm sorry I'm taking so long on that. I am trying. I just tried to join Flat Earth Rebellion while I was watching this. In time I found the digits I was supposed to send. 60 cents was up. Try to rejoin. It just kicks you. I think you could just try it again. I think you're in there now. Yeah, I see you're in there. You're good. Yeah, whatever. Thank you for the tip, James Ritchie. Oh, you guys, thank you for all of the love on Rockfin. You guys are the best. Speed Racer did that in Mach 5, but his brother Racer X was there to protect him. Yeah. Hope you talk more about the forest cryptids. Yeah, I guess I could. I just haven't for a long time because people, I don't know. People don't seem as into that. But I would like to talk more about the cryptids. I should actually start doing more stuff here in my own property with the cryptid, trying to see if I can hear them or see any contact, anything from them. I really haven't been paying very much attention to that sort of subject here lately. Karen Bigfoot, yeah. Like 1.5 okay. Yes, I was Bigfoot before Flat Earth, that's for sure. Heavy into Bigfoot. I was tripping out about all the Bigfoot stuff that was happening here in North Carolina. Growing up in California, you know, in Northern California where allegedly Bigfoot got its name, and I never had any experiences until I moved out here and they just started happening all the time. It was pretty trippy. Pretty trippy. But yeah, they're definitely real. The astrologer said she'd like to do another show too. Did she? Aaron's cool. We should do another show. All right, you guys. I think I'm going to wrap it up. I'm going to get on with my day and go check on my daughter and see what's going on and check on my dog and get stuff going. But it was a pleasure to be here with you all today, and it was, interesting conversation. We can always talk about eclipses again, but it's definitely an interesting subject. That's like the number one go-to for globers as far as globe earth proofs. They say, oh, well, how does an eclipse work then? A lunar eclipse work? I mean, the solar eclipse is easy to explain, but the lunar eclipse is a little bit more mysterious. And then people, shitheads like Brenda, like to come over and talk crap and say, oh, well, child knows more than you do, blah, 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 blah. Whatever. Listen, the sky is a mystery, but the earth is definitely not a ball. It measures flat. We experience it as flat. We have tried multiple times to do direct measurements for Earth's curvature. And if it is a ball, the size and shape that they say it is, we should have been able to physically measure curvature on Earth a long, long, long time ago. But we do not. And we constantly make observations that can only be made on a level plane extending out into the distance. So you can talk all the crap you want. I don't really care, because I know that the earth is not a ball. So I want you all to have a wonderful day. Thank you for being here, and I appreciate everybody that shows up here every Moonday to be with me. Thank you, and I'll see y'all later. Don't forget to be back here tomorrow night with me and Mr. Mark Sargent for Strange World, episode 455. All right. Later, y'all. And for those who wish to send me stuff through snail mail, you can send it to P.O. Box 10, Earl, North Carolina, 28038. There are also links below for Flat Earth merch, and you can send me donations. And I do appreciate all the support. Sincerely, thank you very much. Also, please go to flatearthfestivals.com for all information about upcoming Flattoberfests and Flat Earth-friendly local meetups. If you are organizing a local Flat Earth meetup, email me at flatearthfestivals@protonmail.com with your meetup information to have it listed on the website for free. For everything else, you can email me at karenbfe@protonmail.com. Thank you for being here.